So we're going to pick up where we left off in RimWorld, where we are doing we start with a naked brutality start, and all that kind of stuff. And with that, we also are running the no research mod and the semi-random research mod. Does the audio seem louder today? No, it's probably my headset. Okay. Because I noticed the other day, I wanted to give Tim a hug, and I think she whacked the volume thing on there. But yeah, so we've been going with this. We have activated the anomaly, and we have activated the Odyssey stuff. Now, granted, we don't have the technology to do anything meaningful with the Odyssey stuff yet, so it's just sitting right there. But when we can, we'll worry about that. But the other thing we've got is we've got the achievements mod. And basically, the achievement mod is just adds a bunch of achievements to the game. They're not Steam achievements or anything like that, but there's a whole bunch of different things. And we end up going in here and just trying to get all these done. But we're not really putting a heavy emphasis on the achievements yet. The plan is for right now to keep working through a bunch of these things. I think I'm going to probably start with, like, get into the DLC, start doing the DLC, and then as we do the DLC, like, go through here and, you know, do that stuff. So, like, yeah, so you get, like, a Revenant, a Ghoul, contain the Noceosphere. Alright. Yeah, so we got these ones, which are just capture a bunch of those, activate the Noceosphere, do it 5 times. That's actually be a thing. Contain the golden cube. Contain a golden cube. Love the cube. Oh no, okay. Contain Noctils. Yeah, so you get the idea. We got a whole bunch of stuff here. Can you talk about a Subnautica 1 concept creature, what it was on paper capable of? I believe you had brought that up the last time you were playing Subnautica, that you're talking about, like, there's going to be, like, a super Leviathan or whatever, unless you're talking to a different one. I'm not against you talking about it. But yeah, no, that's definitely one of those things that, like, when it comes to horror games and all that, I can enjoy a good psychological horror game. But yeah, unfortunately, the horror genre, broadly speaking, both in movies and game, I tend to find are way more about startling you and gorefest than anything actually, you know, interesting or meaningful horror in my book. I'm sure people will disagree, which is fine. You're allowed to be wrong. No, I'm teasing. Alright, so what do we got going on for your mood? You're in pain, right, because we did have everyone getting through sleeping sickness. Because we had a pretty rough go of it towards the latter half of the last stream. And it was entirely that we ended up having, sleeping sickness came in at the same time they were dealing with other stuff. Then we had a mech cluster show up down here. And it was just kind of one of those things. Oh, and we had also, so like, we had brought on, I think it was 4 prisoners that had blood rot for a quest. We ended up failing that quest because one of them barely died within like 2 hours of finishing that quest. At the same time that was going on, we got sleeping sickness, which is just another obnoxious thing. So we have completely expended our medicine for the most part because of dealing with all of that stuff. I was sitting on almost 100 medicine and we're down to 4. Because one, sleeping sickness is just a medicine greedy thing. And then the blood rot as well. And I just barely toned down the blood rot one. And that was the thing. The other one we had that kind of sucked is Kyotsu here got organ decay or whatever it's called, which was just an RNG thing, which also ate up, you know, it didn't eat up a lot of medicine, but it means I had to remove their kidney, which makes them more weak to disease. And they were one of the ones who got sleeping sickness, so I ended up having to use Glitter World to keep them alive. But things should be stabilizing now. The things we need to do at this stage. Good to see you're still alive. Yep, you're coming along nice. Actually, you're getting ready to age up again. Yeah, you're about to hit your final age up. You probably have a good week at least still till it kicks in. But hopefully that'll be a good one. You've already got it where you're going to get yourself at least one passion, which is good. So you've aged up relatively well. You got Fast Walker and Kind, neither of which are amazing traits, but are both good traits. I really like Kind. I won't go out of my way for it usually, but having a pawn who almost never insults anyone else is really good. And when they have breaks, Kind ones have a pretty heavy disposition to not go on insulting sprees. Oh no. A mad tortoise. That's it. It's over. Wipe it. Oh, I forgot to open the queue. There you go. Queue is open and pinned for if you want to get yourself in the colony. Alright, so just murdered the crap out of a tortoise. So what I want to do really fast, before you get too far, let's quickly get Rual here to butcher those Muffalo so they don't just rot out there. Because our ideology does not actually like mushrooms, and we are in a mushroom biome, which is not the most amazing thing in the world. So we got a pair of Muffalo, and we're using those partly to avoid dealing with mood penalties from, you know, not liking mushrooms and all that. Solar Flare. And the Muffalo are also our primary source for all our materials for clothing and all that. You observed a rotting court. Your recreation is unfilled. Innocent prisoner died. You suck. We do have a Thrumbo. And so far that Thrumbo hasn't gotten any permanent injuries. We did miss out on a creepy joiner with unnatural healing. I brought them in, and I was going to take them captive immediately if they tried to run for it, and it was just one of those things. I was busy over here. They triggered to run. I immediately paused, and they were like over here, and I managed to crack one shot off to try and take them down so I could hopefully capture them, but the person missed. They got around the corner, and they skedaddled. So that's a bummer, because having like your third pawn be a creepy joiner with unnatural healing would have been amazing. Even if they would have had like a massive negative. I have had a creepy joiner that had like the yell thing that knocks everyone down, which is a truly obnoxious one. And I literally at a certain point just shoved them in one of these. And then just after each fight, I'd pop them out, have them heal someone, and go back in the freezer, because the cooldown does go down with her. Another Mechanoid cluster. Not far from where the other one was. And you're going to use a sun blocker. So that'll germinate pikemen. Okay. So, with our stuff here, I can disable all those with smoke grenades. And then just systematically take this apart. The only one there that's a thing is the Quadrum. I mean, you're not going to see the sun anyways, because it is the mushroom biome. So I don't think we even... Well, we probably do want the EMP for this. Alright. I would love to get that unstable power core. These two, when they blow up, they'll blow up big enough to potentially take out the unstable power core. I believe you can potentially prevent them from exploding if you can hit them hard enough. So let's grab the smoke launcher. Grab the EMPs, which is going to make you unhappy. Let's not wait. Does the base even have power? No. We are actively researching geothermal right now. We got lucky, which is the reason we don't have power is starting to set up chem fuel. And then we roll geothermal. Yeah, like this is literally where we just destroyed a mech cluster literally like an in-game day ago. Like we just did it. So I think what we do is we go way down here to this edge. Drop our smoke. As long as we're in the smoke, they can't shoot back. So this is the concern there, is the container that the pikemen are going to come out of. Alright. So we're running up here. We pop that. Oh, crap. I gave it to the one with the shield belt on. Gear. Drop your shield belt. And you can fire at will now, with your primary target being that. Oh, and you just keep up the grenades there. And then you run up and grab that. You just chuck an EMP in here just as good measure. I don't really need it. All right. And right now I'm just letting them just go ham. We're not putting a whole lot of effort into aiming. You are doing a terrible job at this. Oh, right. They're doing a terrible job because they're firing through smoke. Yeah, is how that works. Okay, so now we move up again. Grab you. Start dumping smoke on the ground again. And then for the rest of you, I want you to shoot this. And we are exactly on the edge, which is where I was hoping to drop ourselves. Most likely I will explode that. But I'm going to try to save it. Because I don't believe you can remove it until the thread is removed, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because it doesn't have the option to uninstall it yet. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so all of you, you know, honestly, just everything... shoot at that spot. Finish it, come on. Yeah, we're getting ourselves an unstable power core. Heck yeah. Nice. So we're going to immediately dig a little hole in the wall right there for our free forever power. Meanwhile, let's have you uninstall that. My expectation is that we're going to miss just enough shots that we were going to explode it. But before I forget, you two do need to get your spears back, or you're going to get... Well, one of you will get super upset. Because you are a brawler, I made equip a ranged weapon because I wasn't going to have you running up there and killing yourself. Not today, at least. We'll be expecting sacrifices at some point. But, you know, you only do your sacrifices when they actually give you something worthwhile. Yeah, it's fine. We don't care about that. And who is our person who could mine? It's fine. And yes, I'm just making a little closet in the wall here. Interesting, I hadn't realized I'd missed this spot. And we're gonna have to go here. Oh, I can't... I wonder why I can't build in those two spots, but I can build there, because that's also showing mud. I mean, it is what it is. So I can go structure. I think that only has to be bridge. I'm gonna go ahead and make a heavy bridge, though, for this purpose. Okay, we got cargo pods of smoke leaf. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, we're losing a bunch of that muffalo meat because I stopped to do that fight versus continue to cook it, which is fine. You're doing what you can to cook what you can. But yeah, we get that unstable power core here, and even if we don't get the thermal, the geothermal generator on, that does give me a little bit of power to work with. Which will probably be enough to run all these lights. Probably not this bench over here, because those unstable power cores, I think they give you 200 watts, was it? 400 watts. That's better than I thought. Actually, 400 watts is really good. Did those get buffed at some point? Now, the danger with them is if they get hit, they have a high risk of exploding, and when they do, it is a nasty explosion. And that's why what we're going to do is we're going to bury it in the wall. I'm going to get it here, I'm going to repair it, and this isn't going to be a door, it's going to be a wall. We're going to seal it in. Okay, so we got a monitor lizard nearby. That's probably fine. We got a warg far away, and that's probably fine. But yeah, no, I definitely... Was it my first or my second Odyssey run that we had? I think at the end we were up to like 13 unstable power cores on our ship. And it was getting to the point where it's like I was hitting the maximum size my ship could be. And we were just sealing these unstable power cores and plasteel in the walls. And we're like, I really don't have space for more of these unstable power cores. Like, this is going to be a little dangerous where if I get hit anywhere, the whole ship is just one big explosive. Okay. So let's see here. So you got 2 more beds down there available. So let's uninstall that bed. Because as I mentioned before, what we'll probably do is open up this wall and just expand this room here. once I've got these bedrooms made. Disease malaria. That's probably dead people because we're basically out of medicine. And it hit my best doctor, too. And it hit the person who's missing a kidney. So you're getting the glitter world. And the others, just do your best. We're getting taken down by diseases. And we've only got our people who actually have some doctoring ability. Okay, so you're dealing with that, and as soon as that's done, we're going to use Preach Health on you. Let's see, your current run may have unintentionally become an Empire fighting run. Got an early game Empire raid, day 43, 3 raiders. That killed 2 of your pawns, slaughtered 5 refugees, and we're looking after as an essential charity ideology. And currently have 2 pawns can't talk, and left 1 standing. I think we hate the Empire now. Alright, so Preach Health on you. Because that's what I could do to try and save you from malaria, and that's about it. Have you started the ship yet? Oh no, we're nowhere near the ship. No. That's gonna be... That, like, if this run is still going, that'll be after TwitchCon. Keep in mind, we're doing no research, random research. As a, while it is Naked Brutality, we did give Tribal, so we have a slower research speed than normal. I don't tend to do very fast runs of RimWorld. We take our time. Unless you mean the Odyssey ship, which I've also not started yet, but that would definitely be sooner. I have to think, like, mentally when you said, have we started the ship yet, my brain is immediately assuming we mean the ship, like winning the game, the ship. The mods command isn't updated yet. It doesn't have the achievements mod, but it has everything else, should be right. But it is mods, plural, not singular. And that would be just about the end of our medicine. You're only slightly in the lead. You've got a very strong lead because we used the glitter world on you. And that's it. We are now treating malaria with hope, dreams, and prayers. Yeah. No, we've got the core of the ship here, but we haven't had a chance to do anything. All right, so real talk here. Who here does not look like they're going to potentially make it? Okay, so you're treating them, and then you need to be treated as well. Rare thrombos. I doubt we're going to have a chance to tame them. So what I need is Pretty Pictures to go to sleep. Or not Pretty Pictures, Pretty Little Pyro to go to sleep. So we could tend to them immediately. Because they're running around with malaria. So you've got a very strong lead. You've got a very slight lead. You've got a strong lead. You've got a decent lead. So White Jaguar here is the one who's in the most danger. What I was going to say is we've got a bunch of cryopods. So very genuinely... Alright. Hypno Butler made progress studying the monolith. The structure connects normal space to the void, a dimension hidden in the substructure of space-time. Some powerful mind of the void is leaking influence into our world. Hypno Butler wants to study the monolith farther to learn more. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Yeah, so what I was going to say is if anyone looks like they're not going to make it, we immediately chuck them into the pod. And we can wait for Glitter World or other things to potentially help. Transport pod crash. Corporate manager named Simpson, who is a tortured artist who is ridiculously high social. They're not bad. Thinking about farther, leechers would fit the tribals very well. Could be a tribal only healing perk. Yeah, just like a highly inefficient one. So this isn't a bad pawn. I think we will rescue them. So get over there. Hey, you're still all leading. Skip abduction. So we got that. We can get bliss lobotomy as a new one. So feed them. Okay, you're already on it. Well, you're getting that doctoring skill up. We're actually doing relatively okay with it, too. This is the one I'm scared of. The good news is we did slap it with 2 Glitter World on the opener to help as much as we can. So hopefully that lead is enough. You, I think, are gaining ground, so you're good. What? Why are you up and working while you have malaria? Go to bed. Why do you suddenly not have a room to be in? Oh, I see what happened. Ooh, okay, that's fine. Get that in place. Do this. Go there. Okay, we already have someone on it. That's what matters. Alright, how are we doing? You still have a 30% lead, so you're in a good shape. You've got about almost a 10% lead. So that's pretty good. You have about 20% lead. About 20% lead. So we're looking good. White Jaguar is the only one that's kinda iffy. But we're doing what we can. They do have just shy of a 10% lead. I was amused that we're making love, so they were reserved. Oh, come on. I do hate when you start treating someone, and then something comes up and they cancel out of the treatment because they're gonna go do something like to take care of themselves or whatever. It is a little annoying when that happens. Buddy, go to bed. You are dying of malaria. Hey, Psychotic, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Alright, so Simpson is leaving now. That's fine. Alright. And you're still holding about an 8% lead. So people not super sick. You're the best we got available, and it's pretty bad. Okay, so I will take your 1 unit of medicine, if you don't mind. I'll take your pemmican, if you don't mind. You can take these guns I'll never use. Don't need the frag grenades either. Because we're getting ready to run out of food here. That's fine, I don't care about that. Alright. Yeah, so you've lost a little bit of ground, but I think you've got enough of a lead, we'll be okay. Yeah, so you're not harvesting anything right now because you are sick. But you're about to be all better. Can I make you... Alright. So what we're going to quickly do here is I'm going to take you off of construction. Make you start harvesting stuff. Because otherwise people are going to start really struggling when, you know, malnutrition starts to take in while they're fighting malaria. Okay, so you're in the clear. So you put you back on what you were. White Jaguar has gone down, but we'll make it through. And you're good. Okay, so we didn't lose anyone to the malaria. We are now officially completely and utterly, not a single unit of medicine left. Because we have 3 back-to-back diseases that we've been dealing with. Thank you, Klaus, for the 135 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. Food is pretty scarce because everyone is still busy being sick 90% of the time. All right. Yeah, defeated Mech Cluster 2 times over. And then we fought 3 diseases in that time. You can't remember other stuff? We'll have to use grow lights for herbal? Yes. Once we get this set up, I probably will put down a grow light that'll have like 2 or 3 different things growing under it between like herbal medicine and a couple of other things. A structure, I will put... Alright, so Kyotsu's getting ready to have their baby. I also just realized we've reached the point I can put down a school desk if we want. Uninstall that. Cancel that. I don't have a place to put a school desk. Actually, maybe I can put it right here. It's not the ideal place for it, but still. We will transfer you in there. That way we can start getting this up to be another bedroom. And eventually we're going to go ahead and kill off the other site stealer. All right. As soon as we get just a little bit more variability, we will get the construction caught up. If the construction caught up here, we can get that. Do I want you to... You know what? Let's put you on cooking as well. That way later on, if we have the cook down, we can do something about it. Because it'll take a little bit away from our research. But I don't see the research as being as dire. Because we have multiple people who can do it. Let's see. And you have passion for that. That's fine. Yeah, and you're just continuing to cut brick more and more to try and get us what we're looking for. And I do have them scheduled to transfer that one, but we'll see when they actually do it. It's one of those things that's not urgent either. But yeah, no, nutrient funguses, I want to see the only one that grows in the dark. Otherwise, you need a grow light. Alright, so just the one last unit of wire right there. And that should be lights on. We can manually make you just do that. And let there be light in the colony. Alright, so you must have... Surprised that light's not on. Yeah, so you produce 400 watts. Oh, before we let anyone close that, repair that. Then you can seal it on the wall. Okay. That's interesting. I feel like they rebalanced the power on the lights, that those are 30 watts now. I feel like they were lower. That's fine. Mech Hive signal. You have detected a massive GravTech energy reading indicating that the Mech Hive is hidden somewhere in orbit. If you can find it, you could shut it down or make use of its power. Mech Hives are production and control platforms that birth mechanoids and coordinate their actions around the planet. They're powered by a Persona Core. Collect the gravship technology to track down the mech hive's location. Alright. And there is a baby on the way in the colony. We've, Kyotsu here is going to have a kid soon. Distress signal nearby. Alright, so let's see, because there was, we did generate where there is potentially a gang nearby who might have a unique weapon. I completely forgot that we had this bandit camp we were supposed to take care of. Well, that'll be interesting. Let's look at our quest and just review what we've got. So active, we have a distress signal. I'm not going to be dealing with that. I don't care about the hunting thing. Oh, that is, that's just a bandit camp we don't care about. I'm not going to be going after the steel one. We're not going to go after the logging one. We have the diplomacy peace talks. So let's go ahead and form the caravan. Alright, so that's going to be you and you go. Oh, wait, you're like about to pop out a baby right now. Alright. You're going on your own, man. I'm not super happy about that. I have no butler can go with you. Because I believe you're considered the leader. I always forget how they determine the leader of your group. Because it's either White Jaguar or Kyotsu. Or is it you? Man, I don't remember. It was somewhere in here you could go to the, it's not listed here. Ah. Pretty Little Pyro is technically the leader. Well, we're already most of the way there, so it is what it is. Alright, and we are building all this. And that's where the geothermal is going to go. You have 0 days of food? Why do you have 0 days of food? I sent you with food. The good news, they're only there for like a day each way, so that shouldn't be too big of an issue. It's like half a day up, half a day back. Yeah, you're the preacher. That's the thing. I always forget how it determines who is the leader. It's not super easy to surface it. It's hidden behind a tooltip. Don't botch this. Peace talks backfire. So he lost minus reputation with them. It is what it is. There, let's get that transferred. Inspired taming. I assume that we don't still have... Yeah, I was gonna say, the thrombos are long gone. We get none of these bedrooms up and running. So we can hopefully get everyone moved in their own bedrooms and all that. Still, it was worth chasing those down. We also got one of the achievements here was to do peace talks. Yeah, attempt 3 peace talks. All right. There's so many in here. Flesh Beast Attack. Yeah, you can have peace talks fail badly enough that they do result in a fight. Alright, so mostly down there. Yeah, so going at different speeds, so we could probably shred the front line. Is this all endings? We'll probably end up doing all endings just by the nature of what we're doing here. How badly do you get scratched up? Pretty badly, but you're okay. Okay. Entity, execute. And capture. Attend to the small bleeding child immediately. All right. We just traded a Sight Stealer for a Flesh Beast, which I believe will give us a bit more research in Bioferrite. It is also missing... Oh no, that's the, That's the Sight Stealer. Okay, we can hold that out of here. You don't get the corpse sickness. You're all patched up. Cool. Okay, so it was a little messy with the one getting, where they split and hopping right over the other. Getting a hit or two in on the kid. That's a fast way to lose a colonist, because the kids don't have very much life on their limbs, so it only takes one good hit to kill them. But did manage to walk away, likely with no permanent injuries. Then once you've recovered to the point where we don't think you're gonna... Well, actually, you're probably good. Why are you up and doing that? Transport pod crash. DMAC is crashed. Slow learner pyromaniac. This is not a person I want to actually join the colony, but I will rescue you. But I do not want you to join. I have no interest in keeping this colonist. You are ravenously hungry despite the fact there's food. I guess you are stuck endlessly bandaging up the thrombo because of all the injuries it sustained. I've got visitors. What I'm really in need for now is a trade caravan to come through with a bunch of medicine so I can just buy a bunch of medicine and be done with it. Alright, you continue to make pemmican. I'm going to tell you to build that crib real fast, because that baby's going to be here anytime now. There we go. We got a crib all ready for the baby. Okay, we're getting all that ready for geothermal, which is half researched. We do have a little bit of power from the unstable power core, which is good. Oh, I totally ignored them. That's fine. The two of them, at most, had like 1 or 2 units of medicine. I should have still paid attention and gotten it, but... too little too late at this point. Okay. It won't be too much longer before we have a doctor that would actually be worth trying to see about resolving this kidney situation. Also already getting more of this going, so let's go 1, 2, 3. I see. Alright, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, the door, 1, 2, down this way like this. Up here, up there. Actually, don't think I need that there. Distant Shriek, there's something out there, and new lovers between Hypno Butler and White Jaguar. I do appreciate when people start pairing up. It does make my life quite a bit easier. Okay, so we need to go into schedule. Everyone's now assigned to Safeish. Animals. The Safeish. And the reason we're doing that is there's Sight Stealers out there somewhere. And the Safeish zone should keep us inside the defensive perimeter, so that no one gets ambushed by Sight Stealers. So we can just wait on that until they start banging on a door somewhere. And once they do that, we know that's good. Okay, so they're already here. I can hear them out there. So let's try and give ourselves the best situation we can from this perspective. Grab all of you. All right. Oh, they coming. Trumbo. You're gonna get shot. I guess we're in the clear? What we can do is we'll leave the Thrumbo unrestricted, and everyone else will stay restricted for now. And if there is a problem, you know, they'll attack the Thrumbo, who will most likely be able to take down a bunch on their own. We didn't get another Shriek, which is usually what I expect is, like, you get, like, one or two of them, and then you get Shriek, and then you get a mess of them. But usually the first wave is pretty tame. They don't always have multiple waves, though. Yeah, so you get scratched up. Scratched up a bit. Okay. Oh, that's one thing we can do. Shelve, slate. And then this shelf will be for food for the animals. I figure if the Thrumbo grabs only Sight Stealer bodies and goes to Dragonor by the trees, it'd certainly be attacked on the way there or back. I guess we're good to leave the safety. I'd have expected to have been attacked by now. Yeah, so you're the only one who got hurt here. We are starting to build up a lot of scars and all that, which are going to be a problem. All right, Bassett, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in, all that good stuff. I really do appreciate it. Is that right? It's not right. I'm glad they didn't actually start building it. They're off by a tile. Okay, that way we can expand those bedrooms later. Alright. So at the moment we're getting our geothermal finished to research and getting that built down there, so we'll have proper power. We're working on expanding our bedrooms to get people out of this little closet. Then, oh, actually, I think what I actually thought about doing was getting rid of that door, putting a wall across here, making this into a room that we could then use for stuff, probably production stuff for something else. Yeah, you're likely aging up any time now. Because you usually don't have a lot of wiggle room to hitting level 8. You have to be pretty on top of it to hit level 8 learning, and you're at pretty good ways through 7. And considering we don't have all the learning things available, I am not anticipating you'd have a perfect result. But 7's still really good. We'll get a lot of good stuff out of that, potentially. Mad Colossal Toad. Oh no. Angry Frog. We actually leave you behind. She's right about to have her baby, so she's not moving at full speed at the moment. All right. It'd be good to have someone committed to construction as well. We'll see what Thorbane gets for their next one. Because right now, Thorbane mostly is just learning Helping Hall. Does have some crafting ability if we need it. But right now, it'd be good to potentially get someone who can be a construction. Alright, Kyotsu is in labor. So gather for childbirth. Alright. Don't fail on the childbirth. The odds are very, very, very good that everything goes fine. But there is always a risk of death. And I'd really not like that death side if we can help it. I also just realized I am not making baby food. Okay, so you are working on making the baby food. No death. Alright, healthy baby it is. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and give the baby a name. And we got our brand new baby to the colony. That's gonna be Rongor. May you survive into adulthood. Oh, storage, clear, meals, done. So we keep the meals there. Okay, so you're already feeding her. That's fine. Alright, so with that, we're going to go feeding. This will be urgent on anyone except Mom. Also, why have you dumped the baby on the floor? And then outside. The answer is because this game, when it comes to what the children can handle, any level of heat is way too much for the kids, whereas they can be in like subarctic temperatures and be completely chill with it. Which is always a comical thing. It's like, oh no, it's too hot, and so you take the baby and immediately dump them in the freezer, and it's like, well, okay, I guess. I'm surprised having a baby isn't isn't something that you really don't have anything to do? Really? All that growing and you have nothing to do? You're just idle? Okay. Fair enough. Doesn't feel like you have nothing to do. I mean, that's fair. Yep, I guess that's fair. Okay. Alright, so D-Max getting out of here. That's another person that crash landed that we're healing. Oh, we got Inspired Taming again. Okay, and that's another bedroom built. All right, both of them can go in there now because we just had another couple who paired up, so they're going to be sharing a room. Cool. That means all of them will have nicer rooms than they've been staying in. And like I said, I think the idea from here is I'll knock out these walls, put a wall here. I'll probably just leave the doors the way they are through there. But, change this to not be a storage room anymore. And then just see what we can, see what kind of room we need that to be. Like, there's another production room is very... Oh, we can make it a hospital. That'd be a good use. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to knock out these two walls, put a piece of wall there, put some beds here, tell them to leave medicine right in the area and all that stuff, and that'll be good. Quest available, Angry Prisoner, for 2 Glitter World and some Plasteel. I'm going to go for the honor. I shouldn't, but I'm going to go for the honor. And Fugly has arrived. Because we need to continue to build up the stuff there. Oh, right, I still got to build a throne room at some point. Because with the doing the royalty stuff for that, they are requiring me to have a throne room as one of the things. And we're actually at the rank of novice where I need to get throne room. I didn't even check. What did you get for novice? Have I been standing here getting like an amazing ability I've been utterly ignoring? Oh, I guess because I haven't done the ceremony yet, you don't have the new ability yet. Alright, so that's all sealed off now. That's good. So now, once we get geothermal, I can just plunk it down in there. Hey, you maxed out. Hi, wifey.
I just wanted to give you some kisses.
No, we all make regrettable decisions.
No.
No. Yeah, so we got Thorbane for their last level of education. They have maxed out. There is no farther learning they can do. They looked upon the world and went, I know it all, as all teenagers do, only to be immediately proven wrong. But in this moment, they truly do feel like they know everything that the world has to offer them. Alright, so we put raw fungus on that bench for the animals. Alright. Hypno Butler has completed a study of the monolith. The structure is a conduit that links to the void, a reality hidden under every point in space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence of terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith will fully open the conduit. With the channel open, Hypno Butler believes he could reach through the link and permanently close the circuit, or find a way to harness its dark power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. How long do you grow? I don't have the exact day, but I would expect any time now. Usually, even if you like max out the learning, you usually only get barely enough time to get growth tier 8. So once I start seeing that you're like halfway through 7 or though, it's you kind of like, okay, we're right about to age up. Because a lot of times you don't even get that high depending on what's going on. I'm actually fairly impressed that we did hit tier 8 considering we didn't get the desk until just recently, and all that. I believe we can actually see in here your exact age. There's somewhere in here it's like your X number of years, years and that many days old. I'm not actually seeing it. And it's got like the life stage. Oh, here we go. So your exact age is 12 years, 3 quadrums, and 11 days. So because kids grow 4 times faster, I believe you have just 1 more day. But kids age up 4 times faster than a normal colonist. I can also go zone, expand the home zone to include that now. What drugs do we have? Yeah, so we've got drugs there, and that's gonna be for you because they are a waster, so they require drugs to live. Hammer, did Waster have aggressive? Yeah, they do. What would I want to get from you? Super immunity is definitely really, really good. That's honestly probably the only one I really care about here. Some of these ones like Poor Animals, Artistic, and Cooking can be really good for other ones when you're combining, because they give you a negative that if you have someone who's not going to be an artist anyways, you get that, you put that on them. That gives you a bunch of points to put towards something else. You love psychite dependency? I know if you're leaning into doing the drug stuff, it's very strong. For me personally, I don't tend to use the drugs very often. Again, they are very strong and very effective. But because I don't use them, that's not one that I particularly care about. It's also a lot of my runs, I'm doing stuff where I need to be on the move and all that, so stopping to take the time to make, you know, like your psychite products and all that can be a little bit of a hassle, because it's, you know, kind of making food or that, because you don't really have the space to do both. Not that it's a big deal. You hit some of the, like, the drug reserves or whatever, and then you've got, you know, enough food to last you an extremely long time. Or sorry, enough drugs to last you for a very long time. If you're hopping around, you usually buy some tea. Yeah. Sleeping sickness again. And this time I have literally no medicine, and it has targeted my person who you can use the preach health. I really hate how you get up right as I go to bandage you, so that my bandage doesn't happen. Oh, 0.74 treatment. Go to bed. No, that's fine. Having a crap 10, sleeping sickness is actually pretty mild. You can get quite a few crap 10s and still be... Alright, and Thor Bane just became an adult. Okay. Alright, so we got some good stuff here. So, we have Kind, Fast Walker. We can get Sanguify. Like, so we can get Sanguine, Psychically Sensitive, Fast Learner. These ones I wouldn't take. So Fast Learner is exceptionally strong. I think I'm going to go with Sanguine, though, because Sanguine's just really, really good. So with what we got left, let's go ahead and give you a Passion for Social. A Passion for Mining. Did you ever use the Start as Kids mod? No. No. For me, like, my whole thing is I'm not going to try and sit there and, like, go with that, like... Early game, because you got to remember a lot of the times the kids can't do half the things in the game, it won't let them. So I don't really want to make you a melee pawn. I will give you the widest range of passions, I think is where we're going to go with that. So you can kind of fill in whatever I need you to do. Sadly, we didn't get construction, though. But that's still fine. So with that, tend to them real quick. 3.2% when we have people who can actually do good 10s. Yeah, you don't need a mod to start with children. I believe you can set up a scenario that way. It just takes some finagling. That said, it's also not a thing I'm really interested in doing myself. Okay, we got food poisoning going on. Love to see it. Okay, so we got entity containment leveled up. So I think we'll go ahead and do is I'm going to kill this entity. We're going to move that down there. Then we're going to put a proper... Then we go down here and make the proper holding platform, which will be much better. And then we'll move it back. Okay, cool. The person who has sleeping sickness has food poisoning. But yeah, so even with a 3% tend, they are ahead on it. Sleeping sickness is a very manageable one. You're losing slightly, which is a bummer. How long are you here for? The good news is they're only here for 3 days. Most likely, they'll leave before the sleeping sickness is sorted. Back, how did the Meg fight go? It went perfectly smoothly. The enemy didn't even get a shot off. We basically just shut it down with the smoke grenades, tore up the thing that would have manufactured the pikemen right away, and then just picked away at them one by one, using the smoke grenades and the EMP until I could get the unstable power core without blowing it up. We did hit it once, but luckily it didn't go. But that's just how you do those. You EMP what's ever in range of exploding, and if you can kill the stuff while it's EMP'd, usually it won't blow up. I wouldn't stand in range just in case, but that's usually the best you can do to give yourself the best odds of getting it. Sometimes you can do dirty tricks like, if for example, this is my unstable power core, and then over here is the sentry gun, I can go through and build a wall like that, and then when that blows up, it won't cross over. Okay, ship down. We've got the shuttles coming in. I should take the goodwill on this one. I'm not going to put much effort into it. You can probably handle this on your own. Or not. I don't really care, honestly. Thorbane's my best doctor at this stage, so we're going to try and keep him on it. Alright, just open fire. They're all melee. I mean, they're right there. You just have to shoot them. Oh yeah, they're definitely failing that. Yeah, I'm assuming you're no good? No. So what we can do here is you go... and we can go ahead and just chuck a couple of things on the floor. We did take it. It seems like they adjusted the standing stuff with a little bit to be a bit more punishing when you do that. So rescue them. Meanwhile, if we can find... there's a steel axe there. It'll be better than your knife, so go grab that steel axe. Okay, so we got an upgrade on one of our weapons. We did lose a lot of standings for that. That's not really good. Do buffaloes eat fungus? Yes, they'll eat fungus. As far as the game's concerned, fungus is vegetable. Those are one and the same as far as the game's concerned. So any animals that will eat vegetable will eat fungus. Really hoping one of them would drop medicine, but it doesn't look like it. A lot of food got dropped. Achievement: amass $100,000 in colony wealth. In for a penny. Again, that's the achievement mod, not an actual Steve achievement. Let's see. I can bump you up to 3. Leave the crafting at 2. That might cause us to fall behind on the cleaning, though. But that would give us another person crafting, and the moment we get to the point of making components or whatever, that's where you usually start ending needing up like 3 or 4 people crafting, because there's just so many layers to crafting to do. You got visitors. Please have medicine. We have been just going from disease to disease to disease to disease. Please have medicine. Surprisingly, we haven't lost anyone to it. But like, our resources are getting stretched all the way thin. Alright. Oh, thank goodness. You at least have a couple medicine. It's only 2, but right now, like, I will take it. Let's see. We can keep the rest of that. You can have the worn out mask and the worn out cape and these. All of these worn out clothes. Ancient infested settlement. Oh, you don't need to be restricted anymore. The other thing we need to do is assign. Yeah, you're set to social drugs. So you'll maintain your psychite need on your own. You'll get the Bioferrite Harvester soon. In hindsight, I probably should have taken the one captive and dealt with our kidney situation. The layout is so aesthetically pleasing of the base. Thanks. So like these buildings up here were already there. Same with this one. And that one. We added this, all that down there. That was an ancient danger. Actually, a lot of this already existed, and we've just kind of adapted it as we're going, which is what we're doing right now. The next thing I wanted to do is go into here and take down these 2 walls. And this will give me a reason to get rid of that light. We'll move this light centered over here once those walls... Actually, we can go ahead and tell them to do it now, because that'll be close enough to where I need it. And then this will become a hospital. The shuttle has arrived. That's for you, correct? Let's carry you to the shuttle before your sleeping sickness kills you. Cool. Meanwhile, for you, let's tell you that you can actually have better medicine to try and get you through this. Because you're winning by 5%, but rather make sure we stay ahead. At some point, I'm going to need to find a trade caravan to get rid of a bunch of leather. Right, so you're working on that. Looks like when the shuttle landed, it canceled that spot. Yeah, we still have steel. There's compact steel to be mined there. We still have all this up here. We got components over there. Components here. Jade there. Steel here. Alright, Bioferrite Harvester. So next up is Sleep Suppressor. Something I pretty close to never use. Sleep Suppressor is cool tech, though. More jade, more steel. Alright. So pretty soon they'll get the better containment. We'll move that over there. We can put the Bioferrite Harvester up here. So we're about 2/3 of the way there. Vagabonds need help. So you want a big old pile of cash. Just straight up cash. That seems reasonable. Why wouldn't I do that? And everyone's the same ideology. Yep. Right, so at this stage, you've got a Genie, a Waster, and 5 baseliners. We did previously have another Xenotype in here, but unfortunately they were the kid that didn't make it. I can't remember what they were. It's fine. We're nowhere near being able to experiment with like genetic stuff of you know, taking out. Oh, it was a dirt mole. Was the one that we had rescued a kid who was a dirt mole. Unfortunately, in one of the fights with the Yetkin, like, skipped past our defensive line and went for him and just killed him pretty quickly before I could do much about it. Yeah, dirt moles are cool. Like the fast healing, that's I've had a number of runs over the years where we get deep into biotech and you're like, you know, super fast healing, coagulating blood, deathless. And you're like, okay, unless you just straight up explode the body into non-existence, or, you know, you burn the body into non-existence, this person will not die. Alright, so we're going to be attacked from multiple sides. Looks like they got 2 guns, some mollies. Alright, so the top group's got some solid range going on. The bottom group has a little bit of range, but we should have way more we can bring to bear against them than they can bring to bear against me. The big question is you. Okay, you're already being treated. Really solid tend. Alright, so let's bring what we can to bear. They're going to prep to attack. So what I want to do is get over here and start dumping shots into them and see if we can't retreat them. Because the group down here, if I can just pick them off from afar, that'll be nice and easy and clean. Okay, so how close are we to being in range? Come on. Come on. I'll say, some of you actually have some decent shooting skill. You should be hitting a bit better than you are. There's no fog or anything going on. There we go. Got 100 people in total. Alright, that group's done. Is the other group marching? The other group is on their way, and they have split up. Do we want to push this group for anyone? Teetotaler too smart. Industrious is pretty good. But I think we're better taking the safe play and just backing off. Never mind, Thrumbo took care of it. Actually, if you just want to position yourself there, I can work with that. So let's grab you, get you over here real quick, grab you, line you up over there. Because they're coming to me. Oh, there was a whole extra group there. I am not a big fan of that. Okay, so you got a machine gun, you got your sub pistol and all that. This is about to get real messy. Drop back to this spot so you can get cover from both sides. Go ahead and pop that. You... There's just not a good position. So you run up here. You just all run up there. Get in there. Okay, all of you start shooting this way. What are you shooting at down that way that I missed? Okay, so that was not a clean fight. How bad are we looking at? We got some pretty bad bleeds, some pretty bad bleeds. Yeah, so we got several pretty bad bleeds. No one in, like, dire straits or anything like that. Let's get the rescues in here. Why on earth did you just walk away? The Thrumbo is rescuing you. So you rescue, so we already have someone in that one. Alright, so orders, allow. Let's see, we can't tend you just fast enough to prevent you from dying here. I don't think we're gonna be fast enough. What? Why are you being left behind? You. Go rescue your friends. Also, I really need the Thrombo to get out of here, too. All right. Okay, so you're already being treated. That's the important thing, is everyone's getting their treatments. Okay, we got you getting treated. You're fine. Medical emergency on you, that's already okay. Because what's going to end up happening here is we're going to remove the right kidney because I am missing a kidney on one of my characters. We'll take our shot at that. Please, Thorbane, could you just go to bed? You're bleeding from a lot of your body right now. Okay, so where are you going? You're not going to bed yet. People are still bleeding. Still not going to bed yet. Still have people to treat. And we're saving our Thrombo. Yeah, no, that fight, the biggest part I misplayed is I didn't know there was two more on the left. And so I went from where I had really good cover to not really having particularly great cover. So I'm going to need you to feed them. But carry that back so you're not out there. The rest we can deal with as we need. Alright. There was a bunch of goodies out there. We'll want to grab what we can of that. Starvation on you. You're taking care of it. Alright, since you did that, let's go ahead and get down here. There was a bunch of weapons we saw get knocked. So there was your machine gun. Ah, it's bio-coded. So grab that better machine gun up there. Grab the spear. And haul that medicine back. Because that's a lot of medicine. Yeah, so now removing that kidney will upset our people because we're not psychopaths or cannibals or anything like that. But, you know, they're pirates you can never be friends with. I have a need for a kidney, and they have spare kidney. So we'll take some corrective action here. Oh, don't. I do really wish you could be like, hey, only use the better medicine where strictly required. Don't use the good medicine for just patching up bruises. I know there's mods that do it. It's just a little frustrating that it comes down to that. Alright, I'm now motivated to put a lot of effort into your well-being, my guy. So good luck. If you give me your kidney willingly, you'll be let free. Good job. I keep my word. You may leave now. I got what I needed from you. Which does, of course, mean operations. Install right kidney. Where are you at? There you go. Alright, who is my best doctor at this point? You're at 5. And you two, you're at 7. So we have you intervene real fast and just do your best. Come on, success. No injury. And would you look at that, we have ourselves a fresh, brand new, healthy kidney in there. Meanwhile, your left leg is getting properly wrecked. So, you happen to be asleep already. We do have a bionic leg. Let's just continue to take our victories where we can. Because that leg is already pretty jacked up. I'm not too worried about it getting worse. Your Kyu gets a new kidney. This new one better not run you. Thank God for no blood types. Oh yeah, like all that stuff. Where? Okay, that's annoying. Like having to worry about organ compatibilities, blood types, all these kind of things. Alright. Clean install, okay. 2 for 2. Nice. Alright, moving up in the world, you got yourself a brand new cool bionic leg to get your scarred up one that was missing toes and all that. We had the person who's missing a kidney now has a fresh, brand new kidney to be all good for him. Dennis here was so kind as to donate that kidney without much of a fuss. So we will be releasing them as soon as they're capable of leaving on their own. Your baby got to watch them cut off. You're like, to be fair, I'm willing to bet a 1-year-old wouldn't understand at all what's going on. I don't think you can get organ decay on biopsy. No, you can't. But it is technically possible that they could roll organ decay on either their kidneys, their lungs, their heart, I think the liver. So all like those core organs. That is a weird thing to consider, just like shoving a body full of bionics as a way of countering that, but I feel like that wouldn't be worth doing. Because holding the light so the doctor could see. Yeah, you weren't aware of what's going on. They just handed you light and you tried to suck on it a little bit, but like, they made sure to keep the wiring away from where your mouth could get at it. Just 1-year-old things. Can organ rot hit the brain? No. Organ rot can only hit organs that can be replaced. Because that's the whole idea, is it's to force you to need to do surgeries that otherwise in the game you wouldn't need to do, saving like bad injuries or whatever. Yeah, no, exactly. And crumbling mind would be the equivalent of that. Which crumbling mind doesn't kill you. Crumbling mind just takes what could be potentially a really good pawn and massively penalizes them if you don't get it taken care of. Alright, trade caravan. Yeah, no, crumbling mine is pretty awful. Still woozy from the anesthetic and has pretty severe sleeping sickness, but that will not get in the way of them having some relations. They've got their priorities, how questionable they might be. Alright, so let's see here. I instinctively keep wanting to sell all those drugs, but we do have a waster, so I need to not sell the drugs. You do have a monosword and a Zeus hammer, but I don't think I can get enough money to make that worth our while. That's fine. Oh, do they have a sniper rifle that I overlooked? Because watching for other stuff, I didn't even look at the sniper rifle. Yeah, they got... Okay, I mean, the sniper rifle would not be a bad choice for what we're doing. Here, take my good quality light machine gun. We'll grab this. So you're going to now switch over to the excellent quality sniper rifle. And we'll keep the other heavy machine gun just in case we end up with another person who needs a gun. But yeah, usually I don't go for like almost like the big sniper setup. I have a tendency to go more for like chain shotguns or or that kind of stuff. And baby gets a heavy machine gun. I honestly do tend to give the kids stuff like heavy machine guns and weapons that are just lots of projectiles. Because the assumption being is their accuracy is going to suck. So, just get them high capacity weapons to make up for their inability to aim. Most likely you will be getting the heavy machine gun because you're actually at 3 quadrums. So you should be turning to a toddler anytime now. You like sniper rifles for at least a few pawns? You can plink away at centipedes? Yeah, no, I definitely feel like it's always good to have at least a sniper rifle in the stash. Because one sniper rifle in the stash gives you a lot of opportunity for stuff like when you have a siege raid that you're not really ready to, like, just, fight them and all that kind of stuff, you can sit there and just use the sniper rifle to put a lot of hits into a lot of different enemies, and then try and go after them. That way they're all softened up first. Yeah, no, it's definitely the sniper rifles I would call a utility weapon. Oh, good. That'll upset some people. Psychic drone medium. Alright. Oh, you know what we haven't done in a hot minute that'd help? Let's go here, begin our ritual. Because we do our ritual here, that should give us a mood boost. You think we get a DLC this year? Oh, from RimWorld? I have no idea. I would imagine if we are, we would probably get teased/announced soon. Unforgettable. And on top of that, we get to reform our ideology. So that's good. So let's see what we're doing with our ideology next. Now, I have kind of a self-enforced rule that anytime we reform the ideology, I get to make just one change. As much as darkness would be nice to make it so we could like the mushrooms, both darkness and tunneler are only helpful for me on this map, and then we're probably going to go away with that. Ritualist does have its advantages as well. I'm probably not going to do that. Human primacy is one I've taken a lot in the past because the production specialist is really good, and honestly I don't mind not getting bonding as the one big negative. And then all the other stuff I don't care. That's a strong candidate. Because we're looking at the stuff here, I can't set that to liking mushrooms. Method of the math, and in the lowest time between prior DLCs would be sometimes in October, and the longest time for the prior DLCs would be on the last day of the year. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So I was thinking a little bit earlier than that, but yeah, no, that's fair. I think a fall or a winter one. It all depends on what they're working on. So we could make insect meat loved. I don't think that's particularly relevant. We're not seeing that many things here. I don't really care about any of the marriage stuff or skull spikes or any of that. So I think all of that's stuff I don't care about. So I think we're over here. I'm leaning towards the human primacy so we can get a production specialist, because that could be very strong. That's the big one there. Nature primacy, get out of here. Shipborne we can deal with later. Ritualist is thing. Transhumanist with a random research is just asking for suffering and pain. High life is obnoxious. Rancher, technically we could be doing Rancher now. I don't want to actually do Rancher. We will need blood feeding eventually. I will have to go with that in time. Pain is a virtue can be a really, really fun one. Like very, very fun one to lean into. Guilty can be fun, but can hurt you. Animal personhood stuff. Why do you need blood feeding? We're looking at eventually trying to do all the achievements from the achievement mod, and you will have to do some sanguiphage in there. And so I don't technically have to have blood feeding, but it will make it way less obnoxious. I think we're just doing human primacy. It's not a particularly exciting trait. But with that, that means I will give myself the production specialist. Okay. So basically our one ad was a production specialist. I know it's 2 steps, but otherwise it's annoying that you create a thing and then have to do a separate whole skill up to get the next part. You've got major food poisoning, and you are recovering from your sleeping sickness. Really feeling like getting Odyssey and doing more RimWorld. I'm starting to Cult of the Lamb after you've done like Pokemon with ZA. Gotcha. Let's see, some kind of diplomacy DLC would be nice. The effects of faction would be more around the maps. Perhaps have wars with our faction, so on. Yeah, no, that's I think that's kind of the natural thing I would lean towards next. Because the big problem we had historically with RimWorld is until Odyssey, about this much of your entire world mattered. It was just what tile you're on and the very near surroundings. Yes, you could do ship for the stars, whatever, you can go around the world, but then it's just taking that spot and then going over to the next area and going, okay, well now that spot matters. But broadly speaking, the rest of the world mostly was utterly irrelevant. Now with Odyssey, they've opened it up where you can, like, literally the whole world is your playing field to jump around and do the different events and find stuff and all that kind of neat things. But the downside of Odyssey is it really points out how incredibly weak the other factions are functionally. Like, if I go and I hit, say, like, this is the main base of that faction, I can go and hit that, and it'll be, like, a couple of buildings, and so it'll be, like, you know, supposedly the enemy faction's, like, main place, and it'll basically be a glorified wood cottage. So it is a thing, regardless of what the main gimmick of the next DLC is. I would love to see them at least give a pass over making it so the enemy bases are more interesting. Give us a bit more depth to the diplomatic relations on it. Not that it has to be like this super duper deep thing. Like, allow people who don't want to get involved in that to still be able to just, they're friendly, they're hostile, that's it. But, you know, give us a little bit more meat on that bone. But yeah, also just like you're saying there, saying, you know, diplomacy would be cool, but if they gave us something entirely out of left field, that's fine too. Yep. I could see them doing stuff with the ocean. Like right now, all these oceans, that's effectively dead space on the map. If they are working on expanding the map to be more relevant, I could absolutely see them adding, like, underwater stuff or, you know, doing, like, flotillas or something like that. Not only that, with Odyssey, if you land and take off, the tile's essentially destroyed without a grav anchor. I thought they made it so that eventually the tile would recover now. I know it was originally, like, just dead, gone for all eternity. I thought they did go back and say, well, okay, after... And it was a long period of time, the tile will effectively be recycled. I thought that was a later edition. I could be misremembering. The grain of salt and all that. They did that for camping? Yeah. Well, I thought they also did it for the grav thing. Camping destroyed a tile. Yeah, like I said, I thought it was they did that for camping, and then they also did that for the grav thing. Because it's kind of weirdly a hard limit on how much you could take off. And check one's like, yeah, no, I appreciate that. Like, I know it was something that got discussed. Alright, so you got 5 refugees coming in. You're about to leave, so that'll be good. At least I assume you're about to leave. Because yeah, like I said, I know when Odyssey first went, it was the grab ship just destroyed the tile, it was done forever. But I was under the impression that whether it was going to be a setting or something, there had been talks about them making it so that you could recycle the tile. Can you not move now? Also, it's interesting that I guess your health is just so compromised with that Psychite withdrawal that you can't leave. We might be able to help you. Peg leg installed on the right leg. Does it give you a peg leg? Let's see, the Gargantuan Leviathan on paper was an adult size. That would, from tooth to tail, be 5 kilometers with 709 psi bite force. 80 miles per hour. Yeah. Or does it get immediately shut down electric? Yeah, no, I remember. Like, you've talked about there's a bunch of stuff they experimented with, and well, not even experimented, they talked about, but, you know, never came to be. All right, we have failed that surgery, severely injuring them. And then you should probably wait to do a surgery, but we're not going to do that, so I'm going to go ahead and try again. Because I'm not invested in the protection of this character, I'm doing what I can to try and just get them out of my life. What's your deal? Oh, you got into a fist fight. Yeah, that happens. Does include the thing. Yeah, it's fine. I don't care about mods, though. It's cool that it exists, but also don't really care. Alright, don't waste my good medicine on this. I like that we did all sorts of surgeries, like installing kidneys and all sorts of stuff, and it's like peg legs, like, nope, can't do it, too hard. Operations, install right leg, switch back over. Okay. Because I want to get them out of here so we can take the refugees on. It's fine. I'm honestly surprised we haven't caused even more problems. Because the torso's on its last limb. Operations, add bill, install peg leg right. This is just a waste of medicine and I know it. Let's see, grab ship site has no expiration date. You cannot camp on it, settle on the tile with the grab ship back. Seems like it's effectively dead. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a bummer. I know that had been originally what it's set up to do. Oh, good. They finally got there. I thought it was a thing that had talked about making it so, you know, after like 10 in-game years or whatever, the tile would become accessible again. And by accessible, it would be like it clean sweeped it, reset. It wouldn't be you could build your base, fire off, and come back. It would be, you know, for all intents and purposes, a dead tile until that time had passed. That's fine. It's one of those things like, okay, like the reality. If you kept jumping around, yes, in theory, there's a limited number of tiles you can land on. It's also such a ridiculously large number. Probably doesn't matter. And you could always grav anchor it. The catch is anywhere you leave a grav anchor will be attacked, which that's kind of the big negative about that is it kind of leashes you to a system where, or a place that you have to keep coming back to and maintaining stuff there. Now, it could even be that what you do... Actually, no, what you could do is you could, when you're done with the tile, put down a grav anchor, leave a shuttle there, jump your ship away, tear up the anchor, and then take the shuttle and follow it. Which feels like a lot of work just to not destroy a tile. You can also just put down the grav anchor and leave, and then just, you know, whatever. Because I want to say if you abandon a colony, you can go back to it. There's a lot of stuff RimWorld devs won't add in the time you think will be added. Want to add? Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. They are, like, very genuinely, they do a lot. Like, the fact that we're still getting updates and it's, like, getting lots of, like, not only just updates, but very meaningful updates. You don't think you've ever used the grav anchor? Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. I do feel like when you're doing an Odyssey run, you are based around the ship. And it does feel like you're either doing stuff where your ship is your base or the ground is your base. I could see doing a, like, where you have a big base, like a parking spot for a deliberately small grav ship, and just use as a glorified, you know, large-scale shuttle, where instead of just loading up your handful of people, you can load up like 20 people, jump on that. Submarine grav ship DLC Pog. Well, that's the thing. Like, I could certainly see them adding stuff for like underwater things. That would be an interesting one. That would be a tricky one to do mechanically. Like, you could have like underwater dome kind of things. We'd have to keep the air similar to like what we have with the space stations and all that. Which again, that's another thing I'd love to see. One of the weak points of Odyssey is when you go to space. Like, going to space and just doing a mission and leaving, that part all works very, very fine, very smooth. But, like, going, hey, I want to live in space, there's really, really not much there. Like, there is a lot of limitations in that area. And a big part of it's very understandable that basically they added the ability to go into space, but most of the events we have in RimWorld are you've got your regular raids and all that, and that part's fine. We've got like the siege raids and that, but with how movement works in space, they wouldn't be able to very easily have like a siege raid equivalent on like an asteroid base or whatever. So that kind of really takes that away. Breacher raids they do actually have in the space, but a lot of the other stuff like Heat Wave, Cold Snap, Toxic Fallout, all these other ones, they don't work from either a thematic or logical sense. When I say logic, I'm not talking like, is it realistic, but like from the play counterplay, you already can't grow crops out in the open anyways in space, so making it so that you have something that kills your crops outside is irrelevant. Because you can't have them outside. So just the number of events you can have in the space stations are extremely limited. So you just get hammered by asteroids constantly. And regular old raids. So the lack of variety can be pretty limiting. Space is also way easier to cheese than on the ground, because you effectively have dead space around you that no one can walk on. There's ways you can build out bridges and make platforms that cannot be reached, and just let the raids and all that keep landing on the main area, and just do your stuff off your little platform separate from it. Occasionally do stuff to clean out the enemies, and then wander around and pick up all their goodies. I could also go for them leaning more and more into their unique items thing, where we got our unique weapons. Give us, like, different varieties of armor and utility items and melee items. That there's a lot of cool stuff they could do there as well. Alright, bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break, so I'm going to quickly use the restroom and all that stuff, grab myself a new drink, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. I need to play more Busbound. I enjoyed that game. It didn't look like it was going to be a particularly long game to do all the things, but, you know, not every game needs to be long. We are so incredibly close to getting our geothermal up. Alright. Oh, I misread your age. I was like, oh yeah, you're about to be a toddler any moment. I'm wrong. You're age 1. You've got the better part of a season or 2 to go before you'll be a toddler. Oh no, a cold snap. I'm actually not that worried about that. Inspired trade. It probably needs someone to be a dedicated hauler soon. We'll do that. That will take you off of mining. But if you resorted to mining, that means you don't have a whole lot else to do. But we can have you dedicated to haul. You know, haul, then clean, then mine. That'll be fine for now. I'm also thinking we have not had a anomaly event happen in a hot minute. So we are probably due for something to happen. Old complex caper, that's fine. And you're still working on that. Yeah, and that's the sleep suppressor you're getting there. We're collecting bodies from like all over the map. And putting them under the meat-eating trees. Making sure you have some nice, healthy, well-fed meat-eating trees. Wonder why you're doing that as opposed to construction. We definitely have those in place and they just need to be built. What's your priority for those? Yeah, you actually have as your next priority to go and deal with that. Yeah, I think the next spawn we'd really like to get is a dedicated construction person who that's literally all they do around here. Oh, right, yeah, so we're out of here now, so colonists. Quest, we will accept the refugees. They are all adults, so we are activating potentially hostile refugee policy, and that policy is the moment they walk in the tile, they all drop their weapons. Oh, you're actually a capable doctor. Cool. Okay, so you can go ahead and you'll be our dedicated construction person. And you will haul and clean. I don't want you crafting, so you'll haul and clean. I'll actually put in the reverse order there. You can all help with research. And is there any of you that are amazing? You're terrible. You're not amazing, but manageable. I do like very neurotic, but by itself is a bit of a hard pitch. You're awful. You're awful. Yeah, so the only one I would probably consider is the very neurotic, and then have a lot of passions. Well, we can see. So we got a climate adjuster nearby with 4 pirates. So let's form a caravan. Let's not wait. Go there, accept. Okay. So let's bring with us you two. And you two. The Thrumbo and 2 Muffalo. Now, it's probably overkill. We can have the refugees focus on the stuff here at the base for the time being. Because while they can certainly betray me, they don't tend to betray you right on the get-go. Usually they'll like simmer for a while and kind of wait till you've just gotten out of a fight or whatever, and then betray you. So we run out here and take care of this immediately before they have a chance to really get built up or whatever, and potentially take advantage. We do have people in childcare, which is good. So you're... What is your ideology? Okay, so your ideology wouldn't be good here long term, but short term we can manage that. I wonder why you didn't have those available earlier. Oh, I think I used the combat boost when I realized I had misplayed one of the fights. I had missed some enemies. So I popped the boost just to give me an extra edge, just to make sure we went through with as little casualties as possible. None of you were night owls, right? Okay. So you are... Alright. So next up is basic grav tech. Alright, so let's go ahead and first... There's the geothermal. And then we're going to go to the schedules real fast, because you are actually a night owl, so let's get you sleeping at the correct time so you don't get all mad about it. Okay, we're going to tell them to switch from the crappy containment room. That's just what's supposed to be a bedroom repurposed. Into an actual containment room. Okay, so let's see. So we've got that over there. I don't recall what it said the threat was going to be, potentially. I thought it was said as, like, 4 pirates. That's interesting. So they're up here. I'm not seeing a sentry gun, but there is a fire foam popper. Short range, melee, bolt action. The bolt action has poor shooting. So let's pop into here really fast. This will probably be the climate adjuster. And then while we're in the neighborhood, we might see about... Ooh. Hello. Great memory, tough, nimble. Hello. Friend. Have you ever wanted to unwillingly join a colony? Most likely, they will die. Steadfast Ascetic is pretty good, too. That greatest one. So Patterson there. Patterson, I want... Oh, wait. Alright, well, if you're just going to attack me, let's just go ahead and we can make this work. Alright, so you two pop over here. And you two get ready to intervene for anything that rushes us. They only had one ranged unit I'm actually worried about, which is the bolt action. So you two run down there. Grumbo's going in. Flanking maneuvers. Alright, Patterson, I need you to go to sleep. Don't die. It's nappy time, okay? Oh, yeah. Sorry, no, just a normal one. But, great memory, tough, nimble. No, don't get back up. The Thrombo will definitely murder you. Fall down. Just fall down. Ah, you suck. Yeah, no, when it got up, it's like, okay, anyone hits him here is probably going to do him in, so there wasn't really a... This person should deal with it versus that person. Oh, hey, you are bleeding badly. Let's patch you up real fast. The other guy was crap. Delicate, no dumb labor. Does have decent equipment, so we will strip them real quick. They're pirates, can they be recruited? Yeah. That's fine. We got an achievement not in my backyard. And I got taking apart the solar panel, but we are going to just peek in here. Because we peek in here, then these will be available to claim. Which is good, because there's flak equipment there. Alright, so we're going to reform caravan, go back down here, accept. So Alex cannot be friended, so we'll deal with that. Grab all the food. Give me the components to steal the plasteel. Give me the bolt action. Give me the not tainted flak. And I think that'll do it. The only negatives they tend to roll their R's. It is an unfortunate behavior of the pirates. Yes, the cold snap is over. It wasn't cold enough to even kill my crop, so I'm okay with that. We should be able to get back in plenty of time. No one got downed. It's a little disappointing that we didn't get the tough, nimble pawn there. That was very much... It was what? Tough, nimble, fast learner? That's definitely a really good pawn. Not S tier, but very solid A tier. Like the S tier would be if instead of fast learner, it was something like brawler, or jogger. That would be your S tier version of that pawn, because that would be your absolute melee menace. That's the one you deck them out in bionics, and they just straight up run in and just start slamming someone into the dirt. Yeah, no, Brawler definitely doesn't hold up in the end. That's the reason why I was saying, like, I think if I was trying to make, like, the best, it'd be Nimble Tough Jogger. Because Nimble Tough Jogger means you have more ability to, like, tank the hits. You have a chance to just straight up evade the hits. And then you can get on top of the enemy really fast, so you can't get as many hits in as you're, like, closing the gap. Alright, we got Psychophagy. Nice. Double Nimble pretty solid just alone. That would be a clutch grab. Yeah, no, that was the thing. I was definitely like hoping we would get them. It was just the fact that I didn't anticipate with them having the tough getting back up with how much I mangled them. In hindsight, what I should have done is taken one of my characters, grabbed them, and walked off the tile. And that one person could have walked off the tile, or even if I just grabbed them and held them and prevent them from being able to stand back up. I could have done that while I took out the weather thing. Because any of the other thing, like the flak clothes and all that stuff. Alright, so they've got a siege. Which is unfortunate because we are injured still. But we do have a sniper rifle ready. So what do we pack in here? So you've got 2 bolt actions, and then the rest is all not as big. So the bolt actions are going to be a problem. Alright, well the others are recovering. I think we get in here and we harass them as best we can with that. Oh, good. Water wheel generator's the next one. That's it. We did get the grav tech. So plan here is straightforward. We want to get close enough that we can start peppering them with, why are you moving so slow? Okay, you're just a little tripping out because of the psychedelic mushrooms. That's both reasonable and fair. Okay. First shot, screw that guy in particular. Okay, focus fire Wallace there. Wallace is one of the few ones who can shoot back. Though he's choosing not to, which I am okay with. Alright, just soften them up. It's interesting, they're supposed to be triggering siege, but they are just wandering around. I think it's just they walk to a spot that's so marshy they can't quite get an area set up. So pretty soon I'm going to want to back off, because we are softening them up a lot. They will attack us soon. Let's go ahead and assume the attack is coming, and get my second group of people ready over here. And you 5, your name is fodder. If things go south, I just need you to jump on anything that moves. Did you knock off both of his arms? Oh no, you just injured his arm so bad he couldn't continue carrying his axe. Are you going to just let me keep doing this? I was expecting this to trigger that they would defend themselves like a whole kill and a half ago. Because we've injured all but 2 of them, several of them very severely. Yeah, no, I think it's stuck where it's trying to drop stuff in, but because so much of this is unusable terrain and covered in stone, that they're having difficulty navigating it, is what I'm guessing is happening. Officially, all of them are injured. You shouldn't do that. Please return. That's my mistake. That's on me. Well, y'all did good. So you get out of here. You 3 get out of here. Are you any good? No. Ooh. Take the shot. Drop him. Drop him. It's fine. Not amazing character, but industrious is always good. I will never complain about getting an industrious pawn. Yeah, so like I said, it seems like what they were trying to do is they were trying to set up a siege, but it chose to put it here, and between that and all the stone laying there, it just couldn't find a way to put it down, and so they just kind of got in a stuck state, where it just didn't know how to manage them. I've noticed that in a couple of maps, if you have a map that is like very, very difficult to find a viable place to put a siege, that sometimes sieges and similar events can get a little wonky where they don't work quite right. Alright, we got plenty of components and all that. We should have plenty of steel. We're just slowly building all that out. But yeah, when you choose maps like plains and forests and that, usually they handle it very elegantly. Like, if you want a tile that really just breaks sieges real bad, there is... Let me see if I can find one. This would probably be one here. I mean, it's a river, so it's probably not too bad. But like the river bisecting the mountain is a big one. It's the there's one where the river ends in a mountain. That's kind of like the most defensible, just ridiculous maps you can get. Where it's a water, yeah, this right here. That's the magic one. Waterhead Mountain. You can get into this terrain if I remember correctly. I can't remember if that's mods or not. I think you can get in there. But they'll let you walk in there. And you just get like this very narrow passage that's just in the mountains. There are downsides to that. Like there's no grow space. So if you're not a tunneler who can grow mushrooms, food is dire there because there's nowhere to grow it. But it's hard to remember if that was before Odyssey. There were times I'd run the geological landforms mod that would let you have all sorts of pretty cool different tiles. Not some of them were broken strong, and some of them were just kind of interesting. Some of them were hard. One of the ones that was like it could go either way was there was one where you have like a little spot of like mountain in the middle and it's just nothing but like pure swamp the entire way out there. So you really couldn't build anywhere but that little chunk of land. And for your normal raids, it was incredibly overpowered because you could just stay at your defensive thing as they had to wade through the swamp to get to you. On the other hand, in the rare case you got a siege raid and they plunked it out there and they managed to successfully set it up, you had no choice to, like, or the mech hive was the more common one. They dropped the mech hive there. You had no choice but to, like, wade through the swamp to reach them. So it's definitely one of those things that most events it would be a strong advantage for you. But every once in a while you'd roll the wrong event and go, ah, crap. Now, we do have the grav ship stuff available. Oh, hey, a hell of a lot of medicine. I'm going to have you go out there and go bring that for me right now. Now, the one big thing is once we start making the ship, we're not going to be able to bring the Muffalo with us, which is fine. But then I imagine the assumption to be I'd probably start building the ship down here somewhere. And just the first iteration would be a very limited capacity ship. I won't be able to build batteries. I'd have to rely on a chem fuel generator. We don't really have a means of getting chem fuel on any regularity, so I'm not super worried about it. Like, I think we just keep brewing the tech for a minute before we try and build the ship to get out of here. Like, start venturing in the world. I do have a boomalope in my pen somewhere, I believe. Yeah, I do have a boomalope, but it's not going to be enough to keep our chem fuel up. We'll end up needing to get chem fuel processing. Okay. And didn't when I looked through there, it was there's only one of these. Yeah, the very neurotic, maybe. Makes them more prone to mood breaks, but 40% bonus to that. Like, a very neurotic and industrious pawn is another one of those ones that's, like, really strong. The only negative is very neurotic with that mood, like, mood threshold penalty. You really do want to combine it with something like Sanguine or whatever. So that you kind of take the penalty, but you also kind of negate the penalty. Or mitigate it, at least. Even then, I'll still take a very neurotic pawn and just live with it, because 40% speed of getting anything done. And again, with Industrious on that, and then you start getting them Bionics or whatever. And it's just that pawn that, like, it takes them longer to run back and forth than to actually do the job. Yeah, let's put more shelves in there since that's getting full. We just have more and more people just cutting more and more stone just to keep it all moving. Did we already get all the plates from up here? No, they have not disassembled the ship parts, which will give me a bit more. Solar flare. Yeah, you got insulted a couple of times, it's fine. And how long am I keeping them around for? 11 days. Okay, so I think the next thing we build after this set of rooms is we need to get the throne room sorted out. Because I do need to make that happen for where we're building up our rank. So for your throne room, I really wish these titles lined up. Yeah, so your throne room must be 24 tiles with 2 braziers. And if I build it there, I'll have to do a whole big thing with it. Betrayal offer a masterwork chain shotgun. You know how to bribe. You definitely know how to bribe. There's zero question about that. That is a very strong bribe you are offering right there. For right now, I'm gonna leave it alone because they might betray me and I might just get it anyways. Yeah, so I think the reality is no matter where I want to put this, I'm gonna have to put down some floors. Yeah, I'm leaning towards potentially putting the grav ship either like over here or over here to build it, making the throne room in the grav ship right from the beginning, which will make it very hard to fit other stuff I need. So like literally just having like the cockpit, the engines, the throne room, and then if I could shove some beds and a common room in there anywhere, we go with it. And that, like I said, I'll probably use up all of our supplies, and we'll have to continue to work on expanding all that. But if I put down the grav ship's flooring, I won't have to build like the heavy flooring. The grav ship's flooring would qualify. And then, like I said, we could potentially make the throne room. How ridiculous does the throne room need to get ultimately? It's something like 40 tiles? For like the best throne room. Water wheel generator, so you're gonna give me smithing next, that's good. So if we go all the way up to the highest rank you can get, it's 30 tiles. Okay, 30 tiles isn't that bad. 5 by 6. Shouldn't be that terrible. That's fine, you're getting there. You're upset about the baby that's crying, that's also fair. I also guess... Yes, that went away. I also guess with the unstable power core we've already got, we can figure that out. Alright, so just have to see how far I can take a bunch of this stuff. Knowing full well I can't make the proper building and all that. But then with that, we'll be able to move around the map, go place to place. And then generally what I do is I do the whole thing where you land the ship and then you plug it into a nearby geothermal. Which I always found a funny concept. You have this giant ship, you land it, hit the geothermal, wire it up real fast. The issue there is I will have batteries. And it'll be a whole thing to keep all that running. And I don't have battery tech yet. Until I have chem fuel processing, our ability to move around will be limited because I'll just run out of fuel when I land. That's fine. When this comes online, I might be able to plunk down a grow light. Just slap a grow light down in here, and whatever it covers, switch that over to something else. That we can grow, like, just a bunch of different things. Alright, we have someone's father-in-law's wandering by. Yotsu is going to have another baby. So the colony shall grow. The fact that we have a colonist just named A. Alright, quest. Royals with enemies. So, we can take a quest. It will give me a substantial boon of things. A substantial boon of things. But, it will cause 2 separate clusters to come by, and I would need to keep their mood up, and I would need to treat their blood rot the whole time. I actually do have an okay amount of medicine now. So we only have to keep them for 8 days, so it's not a super long time. And we would be able to get all of these, which are really good. Not something I'm gonna be able to do much with for a while, but the healing factors and flesh shaping are both very, very good things for implants. And then also by doing that, we would get a little bit of boost to our wealth due to the plasteel. But at the same time, most of that wealth boost we would plug into the table and it wouldn't go there. I could also take the honor, but until I have a throne room, that's not worth anything. Alright, so we now officially have power. Oh, I think it's marking the big yellow circle here. That the big yellow circle there is going to be impacted. I do like the idea of getting this going, though. So I'll pause that. But then what we could do here is make a box. Yeah, we can make a box in here for growing stuff like herbal medicine and all that. Yeah, I like that idea. Let's pause that. Go here. Zone. Structure limestone. Okay, so one more tile farther down. Okay. And then once that's all set up, what we can do down here is in that range we can plant stuff like like the psychoid, corn, whatever we deem to want to grow there. I'm kind of waiting for the next raid or whatever, and then, like I said, I think actually wasn't the last raid very recently? The last raid was very recently. All right, so it's probably a bad idea, but we're going to start getting this all set up. I was really hoping to put it over here. But it looks like it's not going to let me. Fine, we'll deal. Because we got to worry about enemies attacking that right away. Because they could steal that, and you'll eventually get a new one. But I think it takes like an in-game year for the quest to come back around. So you'll be heal root in that corner. You'll end up being the psychoid in that corner because I need it for our character. And then there was an achievement for doing corn, so we'll get that going. All right. Got that queued up. And we've got trade caravan. Okay, so we got smithing, and the next thing that's come up is our bows. We'll definitely want to consider going out of our way for helmets later. We can worry about that whenever. It's the wrong block. So we'll shrink the grow areas. Not include these edges. Alright. That thing's gonna end up using a lot of power. This isn't gonna be a long-term thing. We're gonna just chuck it on the ground here. Get progress we can make with it. I almost forgot you're standing up here. I want to see what you've got. Okay, so we want the Nutrimine really bad. I do have where we can make the stuff that prevents a bunch of diseases. I do have a big old pile of bioferrite if needed. I can give you that. I'm not gonna use the biomutation pulsar, I don't think. That'll do for me. Alright, so bringing the Nutrimine in, so they should be able to start making that stuff. We're also going to go to the schedule before anything else happens here. So you're going to be set to no drugs. That way they don't use the stuff to make me immune to a bunch of the diseases themselves. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter if there's a roof or not, but I'm going to keep the roof off of this. Okay. There's the recurve boat. Bio fuel refining. Alright, so the game just seems to be ready to be like, hey man, let's get you out of this tile. Here's your Odyssey ship. Here's the fuel production. Get out of here. So that's looking very promising. So we're going to start working on trying to get these ships set up. Realistically, this early phase, I'm not going to be able to make the ship big enough to properly accommodate everyone. So it's going to be kind of one of those things that we're going to have this, like, sardine can of a break room and barracks. That's going to cause us lots of grief for moods and all that. But that's just what's going to be in at the beginning, because I won't be able to get the extra power, like the extra cores, until we get that. But we can chase cores to continue to expand and improve the ship. So once we get these rooms set up, I'm not going to bother building any more of those rooms, because we will be transitioning to be on the ship. Okay. Do I accept this? Only for 8 days. It will drop 2 mech clusters. And I have to keep them over 35% mood. And they have blood rot. It looks like it's only maybe one person. I hit the button. It's happening. I have misread that situation. No acceptable food. Ah, great. We're definitely gonna fail this right away at the beginning. Oh, and you can all help me? Alright, so for you, since I gotta keep your moods up, your entire schedule is recreation. Don't worry about anything else. You are our guests. And we're gonna have like a whole number. It's gonna be at some, like dining thing. There's gonna be like singing candles and all that. It's really weird. Most of it's handled by psychedelics. But, restricting the home as well. I probably will. I am willing to let you all help me, though. If you find yourself so inclined, you are allowed to help with stuff around the base. Especially research. Okay. So schedule. You have word love. The guest is unhappy because you are jealous of Liriel's bedroom. Sorry, team. It is what it is. Royalty has shown up and they're being extra whiny about all this. I don't think we're gonna make this work. Recluse, very crowded. And what the hell do you expect me to do about that? Okay, you're still wiring that up. Alright, moods are gradually improving. We still have people with blood rot who are not getting treated because I don't know why they're not doing this. Okay, Leo is one of them. So Big Red is the only one I don't have a room for them down here. So we kicked all our people out of really nice rooms. The big bummer is that you're up to wanting fancier meals, and I don't believe I can actually accommodate that. We'll do fine. We can do fine vegetarian meal. Do 10 if there's nothing else you can do. Lavish vegetarian. Do 10 if you can't find anything else to do. I doubt we're going to do that. They're just going to have to endure waiting till they're hungry and then going and grabbing food, which is not going to be great for us getting our job done. But, you know. Guest unhappy. Because you're ravenously hungry. Guest unhappy. You ate fungus. You're just gonna have to live with that, man. Okay, so you finally got this built. Alright. So, first things first. We want to get this set up here. And then put the grab ship steel hull immediately around this thing. Like, box it in. That way someone can't just run up and steal without at least knocking down a wall. Please don't fail that. Hey, sorry. Sorry. Our guests are really whiny, so they're getting dibs, man. Sorry. I know you've lived here for a long time, but they're really whiny. Like, really, really whiny. Alright, so the next move here is we go structure, we grab you, grab ship hull, and we're going to seal this all off from all sides but that side. And then we're going to go structure, steel door. And that should protect that. They still have all these mechanized ship parts up here. I guess we ran out of sandstone? No, I got bricks. Flesh Beast attack. That is not what I was actually expecting. Alright, so grab all of you. Oh, they're already heading here on their own. Okay, so we got one down here, we got one way up here. Okay. Then you're coming around the other side there. Let's go ahead and straighten you all up here. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, try this again. Straighten you all up there. You go here. You go there. And I'm not going to tell you to attack. Yeah, so it looks like they're all coming up and around this way. Okay, I'm assuming they'll stay down. You're still whacked. Oh, actually... There you go. Alright, so that went fine. Okay, so you took a couple of scratches here and there. You took a bunch of scratches. And you two got some scratches. Why are you making medicine and not treating people? Okay, so you're tending to people. That's all I'm making sure, is that we got people running around doing the tending. As long as people are running around and tending to people, I'm okay with it. Because there is unfortunately a lot of people who need medical attention right now. Alright. There's just Leo. Okay, you're already tending to Leo. I just want to make sure you didn't die from something completely preventable. Okay, so we got the 2 flesh pits taken care of. Now, as a reminder, we're supposed to be seeing 2 mech clusters before they go. Now, I do find with the ones that are like, oh yeah, you're gonna get hit with multiple raids, yada yada, I do tend to find those ones have a tendency with them to have those come out really close to each other. So you have like one mech cluster and half a day to a day later you'll get the other one like back to back. Now the good news being mech clusters is as long as I don't get like the siege things or whatever, I can ignore them potentially. But it all depends on what they drop in with. Sometimes they'll drop in with the siege thing and you only get like a day or two to deal with it before the siege thing starts opening up on you. Alright, so we got Psychophagy, Frenzy Inducer, we got the chem fuel processing. Dear goodness, do I have too much mushrooms now. Let the buffalo population climb a bit to help offset some of those mushrooms. We're just hitting the point where our people have enough levels in growing and cutting now that they can actually get it done in a very quick time span, which has massively improved the amount we can produce. Yeah, I do appreciate us having the penioxylin now. That way next time it goes sleeping sickness, it goes, nah, no sleeping sickness, didn't happen. Don't want it, doesn't count. That's fine. Shamblers approach. We have 3 Shamblers approaching from the south. Okay. Let's just not delay this at all. Let's just get our people together. It's just 3. We can knock them down really fast. Bioluminescent spores for the mood bonus. Love to see it. Yeah, just because we saw it's a very small number. And done. And thank you, Finscreet, for the Prime Gaming stub. You only get one of those a month to use it here, and that really does mean a lot. So thank you so much for the continued support. That's 2 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate it. Alright, so we knocked that one down super fast, so we don't have to think about it. So that's good news. Warg hunting white jaguar. Oh, that is a problem. Alright, so everyone here. Come on. Okay, that's fine. I was worried that White Jaguar is separated enough that the Warg was going to catch them before I could get the other guns on, or trying to shoot the Warg as it caught him was just going to result in friendly fire. Luckily, it wasn't that bad. They're still pretty close together. I was just surprised when I saw them that far apart. So we can actually word love people. Do we want to pressure any relationships here? Okay. Nah, there's no one left. Like, both the relationships that we can have realistically have happened. Yeah, so you're recovering from that. A bunch of you are all getting treated for your blood rot. Alright, so let's, make ourselves a new zone real fast. Near home. And I'm doing that since we're expecting the mech clusters. I don't want to force them to be inside the base, but I do want to force them to be near enough to the base where if we have a mech cluster land, we can run them back home. Okay, we're getting microelectronics. That's cool and all, but also going to be a costly thing. So we've almost got the grav ship core sealed into a little box there. Okay, so the next thing to do here is I know I need an area that's 30 tiles inside. So if we go... five deep. So that'd be what? 7 by 3, that's 21. That'd be 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. That'd be 28. Could be 7 by 4 is 28. So that'd give me enough room for the throne room that we need. And I put doors to the rest of the ship. And then this will be the throne room. I'm going to put the engines and all that back here somewhere. And little by little, we can get that all built. We are starting to see a lot of tattered apparel. That's going to be mostly the refugees. We also likely have a couple people wearing random pieces of flak vest and that we found at the time. Latch's breakout. I'm sorry, Latch. I got like 4 different things going on right now. You're going to need to take a number. And I will get back to you at my soonest convenience. Okay. So I can only do 500 tiles, which we don't have enough for that yet, but that's okay. Okay, and you're almost better. Okay, once they get that built, we'll put our next set of doors. We'll enclose that. Make what it needs to be qualified as a valid throne room. Oh, hang on. Ooh, they're using my penioxylin. I'm glad they're not getting the penalty to be like, I don't like drugs. Because I've gotten in trouble a number of times where I forget to turn that off and they take the penioxylin and they'll be like, I took a drug, I'm upset. Inconsolable. I got a vaccine. Okay. Put the roof back over top of that. Okay, and then with this, we can grab one of you. That'll be for medicine for now. Okay. Oh, we also have a shuttle engine. Alright, so storage, clear, critical, and medicine. And that is now our hospital. And I still haven't taken any of that apart. Okay. Let's see. So you have 4 days to get out of here. We're definitely going to be seeing those mech clusters soon. Because we're supposed to get hit with 2 of them. And they do need enough time to at least show up. Then furniture. Shambler Assault. We have 12 Shamblers here. Alright, we could probably make this work without too much of a fuss. So I think what we start with this is we'll hold this door open. Gonna move everyone over here. Oh, there is a whole batch on the other side of me. I just saw this one. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit sweatier than I had originally anticipated. So let's instead move down to this position. See if we can't shred these ones real fast on this side. We just gotta watch. Put it down. Put it down. Running out of time. Put him down. Okay, it's time to reposition. You here. Range back there. And refugees, get ready to pop in where you can. Oh, that is bad. You all... That's a real big problem. So they breached into there, which isn't the end of the world in its own right. let's grab all of you and duck you in here. Actually, duck you up here. Get out of the way, Leo. Leo, I need you to move, man. All of you, shoot this way, please. Okay, Leo's down. We'll just live with Leo being down. You three jump in the Shambler. This is a mess. Please put that Shambler down. Okay, you got the Shambler down. Run into one of these rooms. It doesn't matter which one. Get over there and help your friends. The Thrombo's in trouble. We're in trouble. Get back in here as fast as you can so they don't pile on you. I know the guests are unhappy. They're gonna have to bear with it for a minute. Okay, so all of you, undraft, undraft. How badly are you hurt? Undraft. Undraft you as well. The rest of you get over here real quick. Let's mop up the last of this real fast. Disease lung rot. Okay. Please rescue the Thrombo. Disease lung rot. Please rescue them as well. Medical emergency on Leo. Who can help you right now? Tend to Leo. Oh, come on. Okay. So Macy's down. Let's go ahead and you just start tending without medicine. It's what you can do. I know you're on a major break risk, and you're going to... definitely get lung rot yourself. It is what it is. I don't think we're going to get you bandaged in time. How's the colony? It was going right until this zombie assault. We're going to... So, quest failed. Refugee died. Revenge. Alright, so I guess a bunch of refugees would like to die, is what I'm understanding now. Alright, so leave you alone for the moment. So, medical emergency. Oh, on Thorbane? Okay, Get over here, man. There's too many problems happening at the same time. Do we accept the quest for the Masterwork chainsaw? I don't even believe you actually have to accept it. It's just you have to betray them. Yeah, there's no accept button. We just have to betray them. Okay, so who am I missing for the betrayal offer? Okay, so medical emergency. Big Red also is on a medical emergency. Get them rescued. Okay. Who else is in a medical emergency? Alright, so everyone who's in medical emergency is actively being treated. Are you treating someone? Where were you? Okay, you're fine. Yeah, no, it's the Shambler Assault just, causing so much grief here. Entity Slayer, you know what? Have a lovely time. At least you Entity Slayered immediately after you finish bandaging them up. Yeah, all the guests are unhappy. I do not think I can get them happy enough in time where we won't fail. Okay, you're in no immediate danger, but you did get properly thrashed. Oh, you're downed. Eat real fast. And then you're not done tending to people and all that. Overdose. Please calm down for 2 seconds. So feed you real quick. Feed you real quick. Do you still need tending? Like, everyone in this place is having a medical emergency and malnutrition and everything. Hey, we got our masterwork chain shotgun that we weren't specifically going after, but, you know, it happened anyways, so it is what it is. Go ahead and haul that thing home while I'm busy trying to save everyone's life. Guest unhappy Leo. Leo, who you are charged to protect to keep happy, has been below too long. Any Imperials will now leave. Well, so we failed that quest. I honestly don't care anymore at this point. It would have been nice, but that does mean I will likely be... You're in a major overdose. RimWorld is quite the troll. And, you died of a drug overdose. You were our crafter genie. Welp. That's not amazing. You shall be sent to feed the trees, for I cannot refrigerate you. That is one reason I really don't like keeping the drugs around. Is just stuff like that. Where you can have someone just start overdosing themselves. Okay, so this is you. I need you to go to bed so we can start treating your lung rot. Get that corpse out of there before we get corpse rot in here. I know all the animals are trying to run away. So do you still get the mechs? I believe I will still get the mechs. Disease lung rot on you. That's fine. You can just leave. I need you to finish bandaging this person up because I need you to get treated. In fact, don't even wait for that. You go up here. And let's tend to you before that lung rot becomes dangerous. Alright, give me the Nutrimine. If I didn't need the flake for our people to live, we would get rid of that. Let's see what else we can go ahead and get rid of. Could you not stand out among the corpses? And actually, if you're going to build stuff, please build the door first. And then the other door. Okay, because at least with that, we can start getting the animals contained again. All this corpse out of here. Yeah, so white jaguar is the one that got thing. And a rat has self-tamed. Good for the rat. So haul those two corpses out of here. All right. So yeah, so unfortunately we did lose one of our colonists. The weird thing was not weird thing. The unfortunate is we didn't even lose them to the fight. It was the aftermath where that's actually one of the big things about the Shambler Assault, is because all your people see like maximum number of corpse penalty and all that kind of thing. It inevitably just leads a whole bunch of mood breaks happening, plus all the corpse exposure has a tendency to compound problems and all that. But it ends up being a whole mess. And the cleanup's a whole big chore as well. Disease lung rot on another one. Alright, so I think with that, we've got the corpses dragged away. There's probably still a couple laying around here somewhere I'm overlooking. Yeah, so you've got lung rot. Let's bump you up to some better medicine. Same here. No point in dying to something that we can at least mitigate. Yeah, now we're starting to stack up some proper injuries against our Thrumbo. They're cleaning all these rooms up. In the meantime, switch these back over for prisoners so we get back into our nice rooms. Oh, alright, so we learned something. The sun lamp can short circuit if it's not under a roof, so let's put that under a roof when we get the chance. Hurry, because it's going to keep doing that. Come on. Almost there. There you go. But the rebuilder research benches, they got destroyed. A bounty for Jay. That'd be a cool thing. Let's see. A fugitive named Jay has escaped his custody and used a transfer pod to flee to an abandoned orbital platform. Yeah, I can't do that. We're working on getting space-worthy. We are not actually space-worthy yet. Meanwhile, furniture. Yeah, but that sucks. Losing a character is always a rough one. And that was our main crafter. So, luckily we had started to have Thorbane take over to be able to craft as well. So while we did lose our main crafter, we kind of have one that we can fall back onto. Can't see you working on that. Honestly, in this case, let's give you that Masterwork chain shotgun. So we got a nice little balance of build. We got one person who can hit really far away, someone who can just like solidly strike one target kind of mid to long range, and then just maximum DPS. Alright, so getting all the base all cleaned up. You're catching up on the food, and who else can do construction? You're harvesting that. Let's have you prioritize rebuilding one of these research benches. Now I clean up that medicine before it rots. Praying, it's like, yeah, that's appropriate. You should probably do that. Okay, so we do have the research bench back online, so at least we can keep the research going. Alright, so I believe was that our researcher who was a bit of a mess? No, it was pretty little Pyro was our one colonist whose traits are a bit of a mess. Everyone else has at least kind of neutral to good traits. positive note, they could reclaim the bedrooms. Yeah, no, we already did that. We switched them back over. It's just a bummer because we could have used the we could have really used the items we would have gotten out of the Empire quest. It was 3 of the major researches like healing factor and all that. There's the other concern there, is that's just a lot of injuries on the Thrombo. And that is one of the things that just happens to Thrombos over time when you do a run where you've got Thrombos. They end up just, because they survive so much and they are just kind of cannon fodder in the way they just dash directly into the fight. It is one you kind of just accept that over time they're going to start stacking more and more injuries. I really need a big caravan to come through so I can gift all this Thrombo leather. Or all this Muffalo leather, sorry. Muffalo leather to someone to just build up reputation. The other one is I can do is I can walk it to someone, but the nearest factions are pretty far out here, unfortunately. Wait, what did it say? Oh, it's just a work site, I don't care. Oh, yeah, because I clicked on the wrong one. At the end of the day, Thrombo is livestock. Big, dangerous livestock with a battle axe for a face, but still livestock. Yeah, pretty much. They are a beast of burden that happens to also have combat capability. They are the RimWorld war elephant. You know, still sad to use an animal in that manner, but that is the utility purpose we use them for in the game. So you're getting ready to be a toddler, so you'll be able to chip in a little bit. All right. Oh, we should go to the drug lab. I guess I'd rather them make the Psi tea over Flake and all that stuff. Because that's actually what killed our character, was overdosing on drugs when they had a mood break. So generally speaking, it's good to not have the hard stuff. Okay, and you're almost through your lung rot, and you're getting pretty close. It'll be nice when we can find some time to work on the ship some more. I could tone down the medicine a little bit. They're both at basically no measurable lung rot. We just gotta endure it. The way lung rot works in this game is it basically has that. Survive though? Yeah, no, I wasn't super worried about dying to the Shamblers. But yeah, no, it basically went wrong and kind of how I exactly expected, in that you're fighting them, you end up getting lung rot because they're just corpses rotting everywhere. And then on top of that, they just smash through your walls, so they end up routing around your defenses and causing you grief. And so ultimately, because I had to, like, because the Royals were there and there wasn't really a way to keep them out of the fight, that ultimately they didn't, like, none of them died. They got upset that they didn't have a nice enough stay, so they just walked off. So I missed out on what we would have gotten. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's fine. It's one of the reasons I tend not to take the missions where royals are like, oh, I need, like, to be given a 35% happiness. Not until I, like, am really secure in the situation. I did notice, just because you post Alex, right? I did notice Twitch has now started to put, like, on the top of chat, being like, here's the progress on the Plus program. I kind of like that. I know it can be a little spammy, but it's one of those things that I'm bad about actually being like, hey, you know, let's push for the plus points or whatever. We've been hitting it, so I haven't felt any pressure needing to do that. Because right now we're at the 60-40 split, and I think if I pushed hard enough, we could hit the 730 split, but I think it would be one of those things would be borderline harassing the community, and that's just not good. Like that kind of thing is you know, very quickly get obnoxious. So it'd be like, you know, you'd hit it, but what would be the cost as you just drive people away? There's definitely a balance you have to maintain with those things. So you're hurt. Or sick, I should say, not hurt. Alright. Hey, you want all the blue leather? Okay, so you can grab all this stuff that's getting worn out. Okay, so what we're going to do is instead we're just going to give them, like, all of this. Let's give them the other ones that we don't have a lot of. That's fine. Alright, well, I would like to purchase your friendship if you do not mind. So if you would just be my friend right now, that would be glorious. Because we could definitely just transactionally get this friendship going. And we're now allies. And I now have a giant pile of leather that is not sitting around anymore. Would you go to the doctor so we can get you treated? Wait, who is listing as having exposure? Where are you finding a corpse to build up rot stink exposure? Maybe it just dropped off corpse? Might have been just dropped off a corpse a second ago. Because one nice thing is the corpses also don't keep rot stink exposure forever. They only keep that for like a couple of days. And then they just become a desiccated corpse. That's fine. I'm sure one of the achievements will be around doing the dryads or whatever. One thing I'm going to also do is uninstall that bed. I've got plenty of spare bedrooms now. We can uninstall this bed because it's not good as the beds we can make. So there's a replacement. I'll just leave the wood floor there. I won't bother ripping that up for the stone. Aesthetically, they're very similar, so it's not worth the extra effort. Alright, so we've got all that going there. That's pretty good. It's just gonna take time. Can I get anyone dedicated to? The problem here is my cook is also doing my construction. We don't have anyone with a passion for construction. Hopefully that's what Rongor's future is going to hold. Doesn't account for higher value than the other one? I actually don't know off the top of my head. So let's see. Wealth mediocre. So probably not, because looking at this room that's fully stoned, this room that's full of stone has a lower wealth than this room, and that's with this room not having a bed yet. It does have this in here, but that's only worth 88 bucks. So yeah, so it actually looks like it might be the opposite, that the wood might actually be more valuable than the other way, but that might boil down to like maybe some of these rolled better than these. No, they actually didn't. Yeah, no, it's honestly looking like the wood might be the higher value of the two. The baby is worth 88? No, it wasn't the oh, actually, you're right. The baby's market value was 88. The crib is worth 39. But the point was, it does look like it's maybe in favor of the wood actually being the higher value. Transport pod crash. We have a high mate. It was a teetotaler. Okay. I will bring this person in if they will join. So let's go ahead and let's capture you. Because, like, don't get me wrong, nudist isn't particularly amazing, and teetotaler is a bit of a pain. Delicate and kind just are from being a high mate. They just have that. And the pacifist is also just from being a high mate. Okay, so you're already working on that. We're gonna go prisoner, convert. But if we get a high mate in here, then we can start grabbing some of these traits out of here. Like the very happy trait is a very strong trait. The psychic bonding trait is powerful but dangerous. The kind instinct is a good trait. This also, these positives and negatives can be good as well. Most of the high mate stuff, like these are all neutral, they don't do anything. These are all neutral, they don't do anything. Size sensitivity can be useful depending on what you got going on. We'll actually have you work on recruiting them instead. Because I should be able to convert you using the regular thing relatively fast. A bunch of naked high libido passes fall on this guy. That's high mates. Well, I mean, that's... The story in the high mates is that they're engineered to be this way. So, like, it's pretty messed up. That's why, not why we're gonna deal with them. It's, there's a lot of cool stuff you can get with them from biotech. And I did notice there was, under the achievement side of things, there was a achievement for having enough different different xenotypes represented in your... Yeah, it's enough, like, it's like, actually, it's literally for one of each xenotype. There's also one for apparently getting 10 Neanderthals in your colony, which I don't even want to think about. Those could be the tricky ones, is some of those ones that I think stop procrastinating on what. But yeah, generally speaking, those are some of the things I think that would be interesting. Is like for the Neanderthals one and all that. That would probably be when we do like an Arco Nexus reset, which I am hoping that I'm hoping this will stay in place. Would do the Arco Nexus reset, go out of our way to get a bunch of Neanderthals to join, to get that one. Like, I'm not dead set on being like, no, we have to get all the achievements, because there's ones like to, you know, have 300 mods installed, and I'm just like, nah, not even interested. Nope. There are the ones around enslaving a bunch of people. I probably won't do that one either. That's just not a game mechanic I'm even interested in doing. Like, cannibalism is one I don't tend to do, but like the slavery mechanic is like, nah, mechanically I don't like the way it works. I don't want to simulate it. Like, objectively, any pawn that is worth enslaving is a pawn worth having join your colony. So it's definitely a mechanic that exists for some reason. But to heck if I can figure out why you would want to ever do it beyond I want to simulate being, you know, being that kind of thing. Alright, bear with me. Chat, we got an ad coming up, and I gotta use the restroom, so I'm gonna do that real fast. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. One thing I need to check real fast before I forget. Was it here? Just trying to check, because I got a thing I gotta do tomorrow. And I think I know the time off the top of my head. But I just want to double check. Oh, I'll have to check it elsewhere. Alright, defoliator ship has dropped by. Cool. Alright, so it is a army of militars. And there's a defoliator ship. I'm honestly leaning toward just leaving that alone. I could also sit here and pop it once. With the sniper rifle. We're definitely gonna pop it once with the sniper rifle. Wakey, wakey. And we run away. I'm trying to draw them over the slaver caravan. Well, not doing too amazingly in that front. Well, that's going to take a hot minute. Because the plan had basically been to aggro them, get them drug onto the slaver group. Well, I'm not aiming for them, but I am hitting them. I'm not hitting the ship, but I'm literally hitting the little militars in front of the ship about the same amount I'm hitting the ship. As I see a pile of militars slowly building up in front of it. Okay, well, while you're sitting there, all right. Yeah, so not going to bring anyone in as a slave. That's just not something I'm interested in even messing with. I will take your medicine if you don't mind. And that's it. That is one nice thing. Is every time we're hitting it, which is not apparently that much. Come on. It's fine, they'll get there. The fact that they've got 4 dead militars in front, I've seen at least 2 or 3 other hits on the militars. Yeah, like there was one right there in that one, just shot its sensor out. Get the day cap? That's interesting. They didn't used to have a day cap on your XP. Like, you could just cheese it for however long you could tolerate it. Or manage to keep things going without something changing. Okay. And they're leaving that way. Alright, let's grab the rest of our people. And get ready to... fight down here. What we'll do here is I'm no longer going to worry about just shooting at the ship. Let's see if we can't thin out the rest of them. Now, I definitely didn't hit day cap wherever the XP is still going up. Like I said, I'm pretty sure there's not a day cap as a mechanic in this game. Played for a long time and I haven't run into anything like that. There could be certain skills individually could have something like that, but I've not seen it myself. Alright. Five left. 4 left. You're just too slow to be useful here. Down to 3. You can see with RimHUD. Gotcha. Not saying it's not a thing, but it's never seemed particularly relevant. To be fair, there's not often you can just sit there and just grind one skill the entire day in and out. Like, usually something prevents you from doing that, just like situationally. Alright, with that, that's all of them. So you're up here. You're getting upset because you've been doing this all day. Alright, and go orders, allow. Not you. There you go. So random Fennec Fox decided to try and go after Thorbane. Alright. I can work on their stuff, so you're getting ready to have your next kid. Actually, looking at my drug policy. I think I might have tuned wrong. That's fine. Alright, so we got all that going on. And we got O'Neill here. Who we're slowly bringing over. Now bring a high mate into the colony. And since apparently we need to get one of every one of them for one of the achievements, that'll be tricky. Because, like, for example, it's very rare you knock down a Hussar where it's not just dead. Because one, you don't see that many Hussars to begin with. Well, it's been a while since we've done our ritual, hasn't it? Alright, while we're waiting, let's go ahead and do our ideology ritual for a couple of points. Maybe make one of our friends like us, or one of our neighbors like us slightly more. Mostly I'm just doing it for the Reformation points and all that. Alright, it was a fun one. Okay, and we're slowly converting that person over and getting them ready to be recruited. Plenty of iron. What are you grabbing? Oh, you're doing research. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, which are probably getting pretty close on the... No, actually, we got a bunch of stuff there. And definitely once we get the flares, I do like getting the flares on all of my not melee pawns. It's one of my favorite kits. Once in a while, I'll also usually get like one person with a fire foam popper on their back. So that way, if, you know, something like an Impid manages to run in and get a fire off, or one of the mechs does, you can just pop the foam and be right back into action. So I don't really care about that. It can get me some good kit, but I do actually have relatively good kit, other than I could certainly use some melee improvements. But, at the moment, I'm feeling pretty well set up. Fungus among us. Yep. Our colonists don't actually like the mushrooms, but we are in a mushroom biome, so we're just doing what we can. We do have a grow lamp down here to eventually add not mushrooms to our diet, and then also have the heal root and some psychoid for Psi T for our waster. Alright, as soon as that room's done, like I said, it'll probably be mostly just a ship. Ungrateful mortals the fungus provides. Hey, you know, we have been surviving. That, the fungus has definitely carried us through so far. But also our characters don't actually like fungus. It's going not quite a full unit each time. Alright, I'm going to make some not great decisions. I'm going to do avoid provocation. Do we have anyone who has a boost? We get O'Neill, they would be. So we'll have you take this on. Okay. Nutrimine literally crashed through the roof of our kitchen. So, I mean, thanks for the medicine. Could you have not smashed my roof in to give it to me? Alright, so we're doing a void provocation to keep things moving. That is not what the void provocation did, that is just torrential rain. Yeah, vaccine deployed. Maximum aggressiveness. A ghoul is attacking. Alright. A nimble ghoul. The downside is we are in torrential rain, which is going to massively penalize our ability to hit the ghoul. Militarized vaccination. I missed what the second thing in the log was because it popped up as I was clicking it. Attuning the monolith. Okay, it's just saying that we have that enough. I can attune the monolith to make it more scary. Are you gonna just ignore me? There you go. You got there, ghoul. Nicely done, and let's go get ourselves a ghoul. I don't like keeping ghouls. They're one of the more dangerous ones to keep. Actually, what power-ups do you have before I do this? Okay, you don't have anything special going on. I was making sure it didn't have anything like spitting acid or anything like that, because some of those ones can get really ugly to keep. Hey Treacle, how's it going? All right. And for those who don't know Treacle, absolutely fantastic. I've been playing some Corsair Cove, which is a pirate city builder. But it only plays a lot of similar games to what I play here and all that good stuff. So if you like the content here, you'll probably like what's over there and all that stuff. A lot of fun over there. The colony's going well, mostly well. We did unfortunately take a loss. We had a really nasty Shambler assault, but we didn't lose the person to the Shambler assault. They were all upset about the bodies, and then they overdosed afterwards. Oh, that's not what you want to see. You're gradually dying of heat. So let's prevent that from killing you. It's not like I don't have the wood. But yeah, now the ghouls are cool because they like just regenerate, so they're your ultimate like expendable troop. You can also resurrect them very easily and cheaply. Okay. Now's our void provocation. Now, we can attune this to make it the next level. Oh, we got a baby on the way. Okay, so if you could not die during childbirth, that would be pretty awesome. I would much I would much prefer this not be an upsetting and tragic situation. As the colony continues to grow by means of having children just because that's just what happens when you let your colony, like, people get romantic with each other. But one of the achievements is to get a colony of 33 people. So, it's gotta grow somehow. Okay, we got a sick child. I'm not going to name the child yet. I do have a thing where I try to, I try to not name the children if it's, like, going to be dodgy. So we will treat it, and when the kid is all better, then we will allow for sick child. Or allow the baby to be named. Just because it's a real bummer to name the kid and immediately have them die. And just being like, well, cool. I also just realized I don't think we got the art crib done. Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, we got one there. You're about to age up any second to not be in the crib anymore. You need to be fed. And the baby needs to be tended for common infant illness. We are using good medicine to help the baby recover as best we can. Okay. Just saying, we're gonna go feeding. Urgent on everyone except Mom. I found that to be far more reliable. We should have baby food on standby at all times because of all the mushrooms. Okay, so in just a minute, we will be able to do one more convert on O'Neill, which should be enough to, like, lock that in. Okay, so O'Neill is now one of us so far as their ideology, and we're working on getting them brought in so far as actually becoming a colonist. Yeah, and I'm trying to remember. I want to say you just have to keep them from dying. You don't actually have to bring it down to 0%. You just have to keep them from dying for a little while. No, so babies don't have an ideology mechanically, and breach health can only work on things that have an ideology. So until they reach... I can't remember if it's there when they're a teenager, where it actually goes, where they become technically having an ideology. I think it might actually be even a toddler. But until they reach that point, there's just not much you can do. Come on, Big 10. 92 is pretty good. Yeah, you should be ready to age up like any time now. I think it's literally one more day. Yeah, one more day and Rongor should become a toddler. And then you get your first gun. I keep forgetting I have a triple rocket launcher in here that, in a pinch if things look real bad, we can roll out with the triple rocket. And Rongor has become a child. Alright, so they will remain a tribesman. And we're going to go to you. Go to schedule. Your whole schedule is just recreation, day and night. Work. You'll clean as able. You are going to stay in the home zone. And your assignment is going to be no drugs. I know, I'm a spoil sport. I'll give you one of the bolt actions. Yeah, oh no, I could absolutely see doing that. Like, if you could have it where everything is relatively safe, just have the toddler roll in from the side and just launch rockets. You want lesson taking, so that's good news. And what are we learning about right now? You're learning about animals. You got a frozen terraformer. You'll be able to get a lot of cores when we get to that point. Another machine gun, you called dibs on it? Do we still have the good machine gun? And you got the normal one. Yeah, I can give you the machine gun. Generally, I feel like the bolt action should be a better choice there anyways. There you go. You have your machine gun. That way when your sister is old enough, she can have her machine gun too. And cured. All right, and so the second kid, the one who had a little bit of a scare at the beginning, is going to be Chesty LaRue. Baby's first Tommy gun. Yep. I mostly try to keep the children out of the fights unless it's like a super safe situation for them. But there are definitely some times that like things are grim. That's like, nope, this is an all hands on deck kind of situation. Like, you know, it is one everyone needs to be on the field or everyone dies. And there'll be little in between. Still haven't gotten those taken apart from more of the plates, but that's okay. And everyone's now carrying the baby absolutely everywhere because it's hot. Please refuel that thing so it stops yelling at me that they need to move the baby. And how are we doing? 4.5 resistance, still going. Then we'll go and bring in our next person. Both kids are and we don't even sleep in the room with the crib. Yeah. Yep. To be fair, that was your room, but you were sleeping in a glorified sleeping bag, so we have got it set to swap to be an actual bed. And that's why you are out of the room now. $3.2. So you're knocking it down about 1.3 per time, which is pretty solid. Okay, so it should be that tile, the bed, and then the only thing left to build is that the research bench that got destroyed in the really big attack. And then this. Okay. Yeah, so Thorbane has become our crafter. You, when you're actually brought in here, you'll probably be our artist, and you'll be a dedicated animals person, is what I think you'll be. And that should help Kyotso have more time to deal with growing. That we can hopefully start, you know, branching things off a little bit more. I think one of the tricky things is trying to get like the number of colonists it wants, but also just getting the variety. Because like I said, I think the hardest ones to get a hold of are dirt moles and hussars, and it's just because dirt moles very rarely show up normally. And then same with hussars, is it's really inoften that you get a raid that involves a hussar. To be fair, the high mates are also pretty rare to get a hold of, but you know, we just got one here. But stuff like Impids, Neanderthals, Wasters, a lot of those ones show up constantly. Agatha's mechs. Okay, making a request. They have the mech swarm attacking her settlement. She wants you to signal mechs to distract them while she clears the hive. As if you do, a mech cluster will approach. Everything is fungus. It's terrible, and all that. And she is willing to offer me a crafting skill trainer, goodwill, and all that. I'm gonna kind of sit on that one. Because this one we can disable. The psychic drone will be annoying. Those will be a pain. Let's see, did you know a noble bedroom is turned regular if you put a crib in it? I did not know that. That's kind of annoying. I can see that's probably not an intentional decision, it's just something that happens. Alright, next time someone talks to O'Neill, there'll be a new colonist. Because nobles have people for that. Ugh. Interact with my own children. Ugh. How droll. Okay. Any second the thing. It took you like an hour to figure out it was the crib that was the problem? Yeah, no, I can imagine. Because, like, the description on there, it's like, oh, hey, don't put any industrial stuff in there. Don't put any store. I can't remember. It's like storage, industrial, and like one other. I think storage actually might be okay. But you get the idea. They'll list off a couple, or I think it's ideology stuff. But they'll be like, don't put these kind of things in there, and crib is just an odd one. Yeah, workstations, tables, all that. All right. It'll also be really nice when we can get some dye going, because I do have the self dye mod going, which that just basically makes it so people will dye the clothes to their favorite color, which does give them 1 mood point. But that's not why I do it. I do it because then you don't have everyone looking kind of the same. Like right now, you know, obviously a couple of the hats are different, but broadly speaking, everyone's wearing the exact same colors because it's all muffalo wool. So I do like where they'll sit there and dye their clothes. It's also funny because you discover how many of your characters are weirdly really into gray. Gray, beige, and white. And you're like, but why? Of all the colors, you'd be like, I have every color access, what do I want? Beige. And new recruit. So who is going to be our high mate? And that's going to be the very last Lyardine. Oh, right, that's right. We have to drop the... Okay. So with you... Recreation, work... So you can do childcare better than almost anyone. You can do all this stuff here. Yeah, so you can start taking over the handling, and eventually we'll start putting that down for other people. Trying to read it. You're nudist, but you have to wear these clothes. It's not unbearable. I still feel constrained and uncomfortable. That's fair. So they're chipping in around here. Right, I've got you set to do art. You're not gonna fish. So you're gonna clean, research, and handle. And then you cook and handle. And right now you just research. That still helps, but what we definitely will need is to get someone dedicated like this. So what I could probably do is tone down the priority on cooking and cleaning here. So that way you're gonna now focus on construction first and then cooking second. And that'll have Hypno Butler taking over the cooking primarily. How dare they have better vision than you? Oh, how dare they be a better version of you? Right, I can words. I mean, they're a pacifist and all that, who's a teetotaler, so that's gonna be a whole thing. A capybara has decided it would like to be consumed. Thank you for your contributions, capybara. And finally, we're getting back to making the throne room. So that we might continue to build our ship. Let's see. If it is made from stuff randomly tossed together, would it be a throne room? I mean, a throne room could be whatever you want as long as it does the appearance. Yeah, you shoot better, but that's it, especially once they train up a bit. Well, no, that's literally the very last Lardine is a pacifist. They are literally not allowed to ever commit violence. So they will never shoot. Alright. Still way more to be mined out there, that's fine. Okay, so that should be big enough. Yeah, so that'll be 45 tiles, that's okay. It's bigger than it needed to be. So the next thing I'm going to need to do is I need to get a room for... The marriage is on. White Jaguar proposed marriage to Hypno Butler. The two are now engaged. Aww. And then we have immediately after that. The very last Lardine tried to woo White Jaguar by boasting about his own muscles. White Jaguar became aroused and has agreed to become very last Lardine's lover. That's not gonna go well. That is not gonna be great for the colony's morale, because high mates, for those who don't know, they have this cool thing they do where they do a psychic bond to whoever they romance first. Until that person dies, that psychic bond is locked in. And it gives you a lot of bonuses, like it prevents pain, it increases your consciousness and your psychic sensitivity and all that. It's pretty cool. But, you know, now they're permanently psychically bonded to someone who is not their spouse and they're interested into, and that's gonna be something to deal with. Alright. It's gonna have you here. They'll tuck the engines right there. Yeah, no, the fact that they agreed to get married and immediately was like psychic bond. Come on. Get over here. They're gonna start chanting to make us all go berserk. So since there is like a... You know what I wonder? If I Manhunter pack the Boomalope right there on top of them, what does that even do? That's fine. They're already spread out more than I want to hold off with that. And they're all melee. Start chewing away at them as best we can. And I did deliberately stop in the water so that hopefully they'll be forced to run into the water, giving me more time on target before they can close the gap. Come on. Okay, Ronger, you've done your job. Start running. The cultists are very dangerous up close in melee. So how badly did you get knocked? Pretty badly. Alright, so you... Does I figure out where you're at? Okay, so you're already on it. And you... Still Gladiuses. Probably better one you got, so grab that. Then haul this back. Yeah, because they have Inhumanization, which does massively reduce their pain and all that kind of stuff. And they get lots of benefits around that. They'll sometimes have things where they can resurrect from the dead and all that kind of stuff. And it can get pretty gnarly pretty quickly. Yeah, nothing standing out. Why are you not being treated? Feed baby later. Deal with the person who is bleeding from their everything first. Cults are wild with their melee damage. Once you get semi-surrounded, I was like, oh no. Oh yeah, no, it's very rough. Hey Digwoods, how's it going? But yeah, no, that's definitely one. I wasn't expecting to try and close them behind, but you notice the moment they start getting there, it's like, okay, child, just run away. Like, at this stage, just don't be involved. And you were super hungry and in lots of pain. Now, real question is, where did your spear go? There you go. So go get your spear after you've had your tea. I grabbed the wrong person. That didn't help anything. There we go. Not like you're one to talk about your trouble after all. You already had a wife when you took Kai over as a lover. Yeah, this is true. This is true. When we looked, like, technically I think you're still married to the other person. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're still married to another person who's a faction leader of another faction. It's just life on the rim. Everything is a mess. Hey, Cobra. Thank you so much for the 85 stream streak. I do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Speaking of wild things, a shroomer run. Thanks, son. Well, we're actually running the achievements mod, and so we're gonna be working through those. I'm just starting on the mushroom biome because it's a fun biome. But yeah, so we got one where I need to get like one of all of the different xenotypes. I don't think we care about this one. Like, and none of the achievements are the finish the game kind of things, because it would end, you know, in theory, end the run. Right now, I'm trying to get the ship up and running. We'll see. We've been short on having a dedicated construction person. That's how we kind of forced one here recently. Doing 100%? We'll see on how much I do. I'm not going to be doing literally all of them. Because, like, there's, for example, in here somewhere... let's see. There's, like, one in here for... mods installed. Yeah, so like there's one for having 500 mods installed, so I'm not gonna do that one. I have zero interest in that one. There's also ones up here around slavery, and I just don't have an interest in doing that. So there's definitely gonna be some mods or some of the achievement things I'm gonna skip on because I just don't, like, just don't want to even do it. But you know, even stuff that's outside my normal gameplay and all that, like there is ones for cannibalism, there is ones for sanguification, all that. We'll do those ones. What is that? Is that mod? It's something like or RimWorld Achievements or whatever. Or RimWorld Achievement mod. It's a vanilla expanded mod. Yeah. So it's kind of one of those ones. There's a bunch in here that I'll do, but like there are a couple. There are a couple I won't. Yeah, so you're restricted to stay home as a child so you don't get murdered by the wildlife. You're all unrestricted, which is good. And per the usual, my melee people all getting cut up pretty bad. It is not. I do not have the achievement mod added to it. I think everything else is on there. But I would need to sit down, look up what the actual name of the mod is, add to the list. It's not a big deal. I usually don't sweat it too much. It's mods. Mods is the command. Mods, plural. Yeah, so the only one really missing off that list is the achievement mod. So you're upset because you're being cheated on. Which is... Oh, did you actually break up now? Oh. Okay. It has you marked as ex-lover. Well, they're no longer engaged. Imagine 500 mods. Yeah, no, that's definitely, like, that's the kind of stuff that, if that were an actual Steam achievement, I'd be like, I'm not doing that. Because that's, you know, just well as one's like, hey, what is this achievement? Making my computer run badly. And making my game very unstable and unable to, like, do a lot of stuff. That's what that achievement is. Right, so let's get rid of a bunch of these junk weapons we've been collecting. Got some clothes to get rid of that are a little bit worn. And that's probably gonna will take your little bit of mess in there. You have 90 mods, that's enough. Oh yeah, like obviously it depends on the scope of the mods, but everyone I know who sits there and is like, oh yeah, you know, I have 300 achievement or mods or 500 mods, almost all of them are like, oh yeah, it takes like 10-15 minutes for my game to boot up, and it's like, no. They were saying you ran a pack with 800 or so once. Things took so long to load just for it to run like balls. Yeah, for those who don't know, Digwood, by the way, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. We collabed with Digwood quite a while back now in Project Zomboid, doing the unfriendly neighbors and all that, but does a bunch of stuff like RimWorld and all that. So if you enjoy that, you can absolutely find it over there. White Jaguar has high hopes for the new grav ship and wants to christen it with a good name. What should your grav ship be called? Yeah, so again, check out Digwood if you're looking for more RimWorld. You can find it over there. You'll never forget you running you over with a car. So I didn't run you over. You were in the car and you were bitten, which I'm not sure if you saw the clip on my end at the beginning, where it's like you're like, hey, hop in, and I'm like, oh, that's a terrible idea. All right, I'll get in. But yeah, I know the out of context thing, like that's just embarrassing. I was talking to myself because I went to shoot you when you got trapped in the car and I didn't reload it first. So I went click. And then I went, oh, that's embarrassing. But you know, that came across, you're like, ow. Harsh, man. Alright. You don't know what your RimWorld has for mods you're scared to see? Yeah, no, definitely one of those things. So you gotta name the ship. I don't know how it doesn't crash your computer and just give up. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. But no, that was a very fun evening, was doing the unfriendly neighbors thing. I very much enjoyed that both you and Killdrix were like, you know, obviously if you're doing like sweaty try hard, just trying to win or whatever, you would definitely not just jump into a car with another person or eat something someone handed to you. But definitely went with the, you know what? In the game, your character be like, hey, I'm not eating that till you have it first. And then just being like, well, you ate it first, yeah, I'll jump in on that. Alright, naming our ship is always a thing. Less than overachieving. Sure, it's a terrible name. The Blood Runner? I don't get where that would make sense. Okay, so there's our engines. And there's that. And there's gonna be our fuel tank. We'll leave that spot there. Yeah, so I will put that spot there. And that'll be the door. And that'll make it technically a functional grav ship at that stage, once that's built. And then the other tiles are going to be for, like, making ourselves a little barracks, making ourselves a little bit of storage, making ourselves a little bit of our stuff. Low on baby food. One thing I just remembered, assign manage food policies, lavish, do not eat the baby food. It's weird to me that that's a default for them to eat it when it has, like, no nutrients whatsoever for an adult, so it's basically worthless. You'll have been killing things besides, it sounds cool. I mean, it's fine. You're amazed Kyu as a melee pawn still doesn't have a permanent injury, at least since we got their kidney back. But that wasn't from combat. Yeah. Yup. There's been a lot of injuries happening. Quest failed. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't accept it anyways. That's fine. So if we can get the Jade Mind that's on the map, we can get our throne, our Jade Throne, which is not what you should do because it's making a throne that's way more expensive than it needs to be. So one thing we'll also do before I forget is we'll run a power cable through here. And put a light in there. And then this way, when it comes to the power cable, when I go to new locations, I've got a spot where I can just park that up to where a geothermal is. What difficulty? We're on Cassandra Strive to Survive, so I'm not on a super high difficulty. We are trying to do like all these achievement kind of things and all that. For me personally, I used to do like 500% naked brutality, but it is one of those things that as you make the game harder and harder, the variety of gameplay you get gets narrower and narrower. The way you can play the game gets narrower and narrower until all your rounds start to feel kind of the same. So I kind of got bored with that, and so I found around, what was it? Not losing is fun. It was Strive to Survive, and then the next one higher. Yeah, Strive to Survive and Blood and Dust are about the right spot where if you're doing challenge runs for like other stuff, that they start to be a lot better choices. Because otherwise you're still just like the thing that's the challenge is, you know, the game just dumping on you. It's nonsense. Why are you not marking that as connected? That's fine, I'll figure it out. Yeah, and I played for thousands of hours. I've beaten the game doing like naked brutality, Ice Sheet back in the day, and all that kind of stuff before Ice Sheet got, you know, was made easier and all that. But, you know, your bases all started to kind of feel the same because you just, at that level of difficulty, you end up having to kind of abuse something or other. Not that you have to like go super meta strats or anything, but you kind of have to set up either to like do some cheese or another, whether it's you're doing some type of kill box or burn box or doing the thing where you use multiple doors to allow you to kite, to force the enemies to path around different ways. And there's definitely a point where you're like, you know what, this isn't actually fun. And plus, very genuinely, if I was doing 500%, we wouldn't be doing fancy floors in all these places, because that's just an obnoxious amount of wealth. Like, those floors alone are probably almost 20,000, 30,000 wealth. So it kind of sucks to have your game where you're like in the mid game trying to run a colony like this big for the whole thing to keep the wealth under control, and that you have to make it a point like, do I need this? No, it gets burned. Yeah, if we're continuing to process all those corpses, which is fine. Alright, and we had you taking over construction, that's fine. Even with the not as hard of difficulties, we have had a hell of a time with disease on this run. We had brought in a bunch of Imperials on Blood Rot. That was a quest, so that's not a timer. While that was going on, we got sleeping sickness on 4 out of, I think we had 7 people at the time. And then you got followed immediately up with malaria. And then a little while went back, we got hit with sleeping sickness again. It's like, oh my god, just save my medicine, please. Things get really samey when you get into all that stuff, for sure. Stories get better on lower difficulty. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's definitely a thing you can kind of show off, being like, hey, look how amazing I am at the game. That you can execute at like 500% naked brutality. But it's just the whole thing, like when you're doing the 500%, and I've done this before, and this is before streaming mostly. But you'd start your run and you do kind of this thing where you put like your little box around here, leave an opening, and then you'd put like your actual room off of there, whatever you're sleeping in or whatever. And so you'd sit in here and like have this as your base on Ice Sheet. This would be like your research bench. You'd have like a spot for sleeping. You'd have like your butchery spot. and then, you know, maybe not a fire for cooking or whatever. And you'd run that, and you'd basically keep that going for a long time. Okay, so chronophage is the next one getting... That's good. So you keep this running for like the whole time, this little spot here. If you're not on ice sheet, then you just be over here and be like, okay, something like... That would be your grow area. And then you'd have this. Maybe if you're trying to set up some type of defense, you might pop out a spot like here. And different styles and all that. And have like a defensive line or whatever. Doors to pop in and out on the different sides. But the whole point is you'd keep your entire colony as small as you could get away with. And a big part of why you would do that is because in RimWorld they have the whole wealth management where once you pass certain thresholds, you have new threats that can show up. And so for a lot of that, when you're doing like the really sweaty try hard, naked brutality at 500%, all that, you want to keep it so stuff like your siege raids can't physically show up. I think it's like 30,000 or something that they become a possibility. And so you're trying to keep yourself below that as much as possible and only take on like maybe 2 colonists, maybe 3 at the beginning, and just up-tech yourself till you have what you need to like really be able to fight it. You know, and then you try and bring on a bunch of people really quick to try and get everything set up. Which the danger you run into with that is your threats are scaled based on your number of colonists. And you'll have different strategies on how to approach all that stuff. But yeah. Man, over here demonstrating that he spent hours on the ice sheet on 5%. Than most people could have hoped to imagine. Yeah, well, I mean, that... So, like, ice sheet, in a lot of ways, got a nerf a while back. It used to get way colder, but they ultimately got rid of that because what had happened is for a lot of different types of threats, they couldn't show up. You would have like your regular people raids for certain parts of the year just couldn't show up at all because it was too cold for them. And some of that went away with like biotech, not ideology, biotech. They did rework a lot of it as well. Oh, that's good. We got a couple people who can do construction. They did rework a bunch of it to make it a bit better. But a big part of what they did is they made it so it just doesn't get as cold as it used to normally. Used to count on that pre-nerf? Oh yeah. You just set yourself up with like EMPs or whatever to deal with the mechs, and then all you had is Manhunter packs, and mechs are about the only thing you ran into threat-wise. And the Manhunter packs is basically a food delivery service because there's just so many strategies to deal with animals because they were no range. They would feed themselves into you one by one and all that. And with the mechs, if you set up right with enough damage, you could just EMP the corner or whatever and just slowly shred them. Alright, so we basically have what we need for this ship to be physically capable of functioning on this end. So I still got more tiles to work with. So we want to get ourselves a little bit of a barracks and all that. So got that hallway there. We got an A in the last group. Now we got a Z in this one. Oh, did we get a Z in this one? I wasn't even paying attention. Let's make this spot kind of our common room. Oh, and generally speaking, yeah, we do. We had A and now Z. Are any of these people ones we want? Pyromaniac, Abrasive Delicate, Nimble Jogger is pretty nice. Yeah, so Cupcake here wants to join. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Ah, crap. I need to do this. Manage, social, copy, drug policy, colonist, social drugs. Take that off. Take all of you off. Close. Go to my people here. Colonist. Oh, wait. No drugs, edit that. Amusingly enough, no drugs will handle addictions. But yeah, so you every 6 days. Yeah, so now that I've changed the social drugs, because they're using my penioxylin, and I don't want random guests using basically my vaccinations. But yeah, no, that was the thing. And so, in some ways, Ice Sheet became easier and harder. It became easier in the temperature is way more manageable of a threat than it used to be. It became harder in that you can't just guarantee yourself like one of two types of threats throughout a bunch of the year and not have to really worry about it. Because only like when the Ice Sheet got kind of starting to warm up during the summer would you get like your normal raids. Man, I definitely remember having a lot of fun doing it, but like I said, it was one of those things I did that a bunch of times and then it kind of felt very much the same. Gonna put a shelf here for chem fuel. Hey, Nitro, how's it going? So put a door back there, and a door up here. Alright, like I said, this is going to be what I'm going to intend to be like the break room or whatever. It's going to get a little snug in there. But that's just very, very typical Odyssey ship things right at the beginning. Especially considering how many colonists I have. This is going to be a little rough to make this work. So how many colonists do I have? There are actual colonists 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh, 9's gonna be a lot to fit in here. Alright. Okay, in the meantime, go to our furniture. Oh, I'll need to put a light in there. And you don't need to run it through doors or anything like that. I just like to do that for the aesthetic. Alright, so plan here is once they're not learning from this table, we're going to start moving stuff into this room. So I've got you here. We got our bookshelf here. Got our game of War there. We got our shelf for food. We have our desk here. Now I'm gonna go furniture. I'm gonna go table. It's gonna be a 1x2. And in this case, I'm gonna go ahead and just grab those chairs that are over here, because these chairs don't get used very much. Alright. So it's gonna be a thing. Let's see, early in the prep for birthday celebration? Well, that's part of the whole thing, I guess. Yeah. Yup. So getting that all moved around. We've got the two couples here. So that takes care of 8 of our people. All right. So that gives us a really, really crappy barracks. Now I can go into this barracks. In this room. And tell him to clean that up. The crib. Yeah, I should grab one of the cribs. Let's go ahead just because I'm concerned about this causing weird issues. Because being able to tack through corners and all. I don't know if they ever did actually fix that. I know they said they were going to, but... You know, stuff comes up, stuff happens. We can go ahead and put one of them right here to plug up that corner. And then with that, the next thing we'll want to do is probably a production room. Let's see what the rules are again with the throne room, because I always don't remember like what you can and can't have in it because I do them so infrequently. Alright, so with the throne room, no anomaly buildings allowed, no biotech buildings allowed, no altars allowed, no beds allowed, no work facilities allowed, must be lit. Okay. It changes per title level? Yeah. So I can't put the anomaly stuff in there, fair enough. I can't put the altar in there, but I can technically put the ritual spot. Well, actually, we can go ahead and just put the ritual spot in here. And then the meditation spot I put there. Yeah, I was seeing if I could put the anomaly thing in there. I didn't think I could, but it was worth double checking. Yeah, we're going to get the floors there to help make the quality better. Alright, we can put you here. And then storage, clear. critical. Chem fuel is going to go there. You've got all that squared away. All right. So I still have about 187 tiles left to work with. So I think the next room we make is we work on our production room. So we're going to go ahead and go down like this. That's 160. So that's going to nearly exhaust what we can do. Yeah, so we'll go 160. Mysterious complex, you can worry about that later. Okay. And I kind of just want to see how much I can build on this side before I run out of the grab plates. Because, like I said, I need to get a production room going on over here. We're not going to be able to really grow things on it. The ship's not going to be big enough for that. But that's fine. But we'll get a little bit of production and a little bit of storage. And that's probably as much ship as I'm going to be able to fit in for right now. Okay, it looks like you actually got a bunch more grab panels up there, too. Yeah, one's dealing with mild there. Mediocre barracks and you're sweaty. We'll get there. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Okay, so I still have 147 tiles. There's another 128. And one thing I think I am going to do here is we're going to go to temperature. You'll have a way out in here. And we're gonna, like I said, make ourselves a production room there. I'll see what we can get done with this. We're getting all our floors done up nice here so that we can hopefully make this not mediocre, but at least decent. We'll definitely want the a room where we can do the ritual thing. Heat wave. Well, you suck. Alright. Temperature. Let's put a passive cooler in here. You already have one in there. We're about to enclose this with an AC as is. And now Tree screams, making everyone upset. So 116 left. The shrooms are gonna blow up. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. Did we not get our alert? What's going on here? Hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Welcome in, raiders. Can we go ahead and I'll go ahead and get you a shout out there. And so got ourselves a raid over there for attacks, doing some Terra Invicta. You have a tantrum, or you break anything I care about? Nah, just go for it. But welcome in, raiders. I missed. Let's this is the raid alert. Yeah, and I got to see what happened. That like Let me make sure Firebot didn't utterly jam up or whatever. All right, so it's not crashed, and that worked. I'll have to check because I did have an issue earlier before stream. I went to start stream, and OBS is like, I can't find any of your sound files and pictures, and it's like they're right there. It's like, oh yeah, they are right there. Never mind. Maybe something happened and got that, you know, Firebot got confused as well. I have to look into it, which is weird. I literally pointed right back at where I was already looking. I was like, oh yeah, okay, I see them. I keep thinking I'm out of these plates, and I keep not being out of these plates, and I'm okay with that. But also, a little unexpected. Anyways, again, go check out Atox. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play over here. Definitely a really good time there. How's the grav ship treating you? Just getting it started. We are doing a run where we've got the no starting research and semi-random research mods going, so we basically handed the lab keys over to Randy and said, have a good time. We are playing as Cassandra, though, just as a heads up. Is that your Thrombo? It is. It has had a rough life. It has been around for a while now, and it has taken a lot of hits over time. Okay, and one of our guests is having a break. We're gonna take a bunch of drugs. Cool, I guess. But yeah, no, we got the Thrombo. It's been doing really good for us, but it's had a rough go of it. Right now, what we're working on is getting ourselves able to do a grav ship at all, and start pursuing that. The other thing we got going is we have the achievements mod going, which has all sorts of different achievements in the game. We don't have a particular one that we're focused on right now. I am kind of looking at that I'm going to probably do the DLC achievements first. So do like the anomaly ones and those kind of ones first, and then circle back to some of the other ones. So we're going to do a whole range of different things in our playthrough, assuming we don't die, which is a rather big assumption. But yeah, so right now I'm just kind of getting as much grav ship as we can built, so that we can get to being mobile around the map and all that. We're going to abandon our Muffalo behind us, because as much as they're wonderful, there's zero chance I'm dragging those things with me and having that work out at all well. Let's see, it is very intimate hatred for Shamblers, apparently. Yeah, no, that's, we had a pretty rough Shambler one that the Shamblers surrounded the Thrombo, and it was just holding its own. We've had pretty mixed situation. We've only had 2 colonists die so far. One was we were in a fight, and there was a child we had way behind everyone else, and one of the Yetkins knocked someone down, then ran past and went right after the kid. That didn't go well. And then the other one was we had a really nasty Shambler assault, and got through the Shambler assault. You know, it was messy, but got through without casualties. And then one of the people who got roughed up went on a psychite binge and overdosed, which was pretty rough. Alright, so what are you here? So that was definitely a whole thing. That was a mess, because just all the bodies left behind. Alright, so we want the Nutrimine. We do have the ability to make the medicine, which is good because we've had a rough time with that. At this point, I've got enough Psychite tea. I'm going to get rid of the flake. We do have a lot of different xenotypes represented in our colony, and they're continuing to grow. Including we did have a waster child we rescued, who is now a waster adult, which does mean I need to keep drugs for them, because they're, like, biologically dependent on it. So if you just continue building this, I would appreciate that. I hadn't really planned on you being able to get that much of the ship. I figured I was going to run out of materials by now. Yeah, so this will be our production room. So close this off. Yeah, no, the dirt mole was the one that I mentioned that the Yatkin, like, bypass, like, you know, circled around and does the whole thing. Haul these for me. Mad cassowaries. And there's a lot of them from all directions. Well, this sounds like, with our wonderful guests here, this sounds like a problem they might have, and not one that I might have. Oh, Cupcake. It also looks like one that our refugees might have, because that refugee is having a mood break and currently running away. Alright, get ready to assist. We'll help Cupcake. Alright, let's grab you. Yeah, you'll just stick with the group. Alright. So you get on it, and then range, get close enough that you won't friendly fire, please. Or you can just one-tap it. That is certainly a reasonable option. Alright, well, they're all dealt with. So you got smacked. Orders, collect everything. I have the door locked open. I don't. There's just a body in it, so please haul that body out of there. Okay, so what do we got? So Thorbane got a little scratch. Hypno got a little scratch. You just got some bruises. And you got mauled to the absolute moon. So let's go ahead real fast and have you treat them. And that'll be good. Yeah, and that was the whole thing. I saw Hypno outside there, but they were having a mood break. Luckily, they didn't even go down. They did get scratched. It is a little annoying that they're sitting there still wandering around despite bleeding all over the place, but that's RimWorld. That is how it be. Alright, let's run some power into this room. Hey, Alex Speed, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 4 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. I wouldn't say Slowpoke's the worst. Slowpoke is pretty awful. I wonder which one I would consider the worst. Like, honestly, very genuinely, the stuff like abrasive and all that I find pretty terrible. Now, yeah, you can just cut out the person's tongue so they can't insult. It's a very solvable thing. But anything like misogynist, meanderist, abrasive, like any of those, I tend to not like to bring on board. Just because they have a high tendency to escalate into more and more problems. It is suddenly making me realize we should probably go over here to my medical shelf. Reinstall that in the barracks down there. Like all those things that lead to social fights, I will very, very often skip out on them, even if they have good other traits. Because social fights can be deceptively bad, where they just chip away at your people. You end up losing lots of fingers and toes and ears and all that stuff. And you know, you spend like half your people are spending time with less than maximum health, so when a raid comes in, you're already half dead before the fight starts. So it's very much things that lead to social fights. I'll have a tendency to pretty quickly not tolerate. You did get patched up, right? Yeah, you're good. And then you have to babysit them every battle or they get caught? Yeah. Oh yeah, well the worst thing is you'll be in a fight and then one will insult the other and they'll get into a social fight during a fight and you're just like, come on, man. It's like you're actively being murdered by other things. Maybe now's not the time to, you know, make fun of each other. You still got more panels up there, looks like. Actually looks like a pretty decent amount. We'll let them grab those. Disease infection on one of the refugees. Go ahead and deal with that. We don't have enough prepared meals. They ran out at some point. Probably need to go to this at this stage and go, hey, why not you make 20 of those when you have the chance? Never mind the minus 15 mood penalties for insults. Oh yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's one of those ones that there's the very obviously hostile traits like Pyromaniac that a lot of people are like, oh, Pyromaniac's the absolute worst. Like, nah, man, if you try to avoid building your stuff such that fire is as big of a threat, like, don't put down wood floors, that kind of thing. Don't use carpet ever. Alright, so betrayal offer. I don't care about that. You literally offered me nothing worthwhile. Dark vision because you're ravenously hungry. Okay, so we got a salute. Well, actually, how are those infections going before we do anything? So you got an infection, you're winning. Their infection was one of them. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so we had people who got engaged on the same day that they got engaged. We had a high mate romance one of them, which instantly caused them to form a different relationship and broke up that engagement, which has not gone great for colony morale. So I'm trying to get them to get over it. Alright. So this is your throne room. Yeah, so you don't satisfy any titles because that fire isn't lit. Entity Slayer. Entity Slayer, that's fine. Go kill the ghoul. I genuinely don't care. Medical emergency on you because of heat stroke. So let's go ahead and switch that over to prisoner. And switch you back to colonist. Grab this person and rescue them. Where are you going with them? That's not actually that helpful. Major infection, that's fine. So this is enclosed, so that AC is going to try its hardest to bring the temperature down here. We'll see how that does. I don't think that's going to be enough. Alright, so in the meantime, we've got stuff to bring in here, so let's go ahead and we're going to start by bringing the stove in here. We could bring the tailoring bench, the bioferrite shaper, the drug lab, the research bench, I do all this much better. grab the research bench. I think we had the crafting. Oh, we still have that for Smash Mechanoid. That's fine. We can go here, Smash Mech, do forever. Alright, so that's all of them. One of those. Let's see here. We can turn you back to 4 colonists. What was I missing? So I've got all that set. Oh, right. I need to go to production, biofuel refinery, and shove a bunch of chairs in here. That's all those. Alright. So the temperature is coming down in here slowly. You're gonna be mad if you boot up RimWorld tonight. You don't have the time for it? Yeah. I know that feeling. It's still going up. It is bringing the temperatures down slowly. Alright, what we can do real fast to solve this problem. Hey, you. Carry them. Walk into this room. And just stand there for a minute. There you go, buddy. There you go. Nice and cool. Okay, just do your thing now. Okay, so we got all these going on. We're gonna be packing those in. Is there any other production benches we really should have in here? The fueled smithy wouldn't be a bad call. We can make helmets for the time being. Did I already grab the stone cutter? Okay, so we've got all that going. So that's going to be our production room there. We've got some room for like the machining bench and all that. Obviously, we're going to have to expand all that, but we'll do that once we can get our couple of stops in. So that'll be a whole thing. One thing I am going to do here is I'm going to go here to... I'm trying to remember... Oh, not build a copy. We'll go to you, plasteel, nutrient paste, that's fine. Medical emergency on you because your infection is pretty bad. Take that apart. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. Going to be helping one of my brothers move in with a person they've been dating for a very long time, which is pretty cool. That means I'll wake up early in the morning. Do I want to deal with your garbage? That would be... No, not 14. Because they only have, like, 3 ranged adults and a kid and a couple of melee, and we're actually not that well equipped. Like, no one's really wearing any meaningful armor. We do have okay guns, but the armor situation's pretty dodgy. So getting all this built up, that'll be good. Let's see what else we got here. So you got the 85 panels. Have you picked these up yet? No. So if you all could do me a favor, you haul that. You haul this. You haul that. Then we can actually get how many we've got. You haul this. Okay, and that should let me get an idea of exactly how many grab panels I have to work with. But yeah, no, I'm definitely, I'm looking forward to TwitchCon in a big, big way. Mad Capybara. Alright. I know it's for dinner. All right. It's gonna be good. Oh yeah, no, I can't wait. It'll be nice to be able to take time and just kind of hang out with friends and all that. Obviously, there'll be like all the stuff going around where we'll be meeting up with whichever vendors, publishers, all that kind of stuff going on, doing some networking, you know, yada yada. But it will be nice to just kind of when that stuff is not going on, just hanging out with friends. I am looking forward to trying much stuff. Oh, I was able to get a hold of, I mentioned it earlier on stream that I'm meeting up with a bunch of people at TwitchCon, you know, just friends that I made over the content creation, and that I wanted to bring something that was like special to Florida food-wise, only to realize 99% of the foods that are special to Florida, it is illegal to transport, i.e. produce, or it is dumb to transport, i.e. key lime pie, or, you know, Cuban subs or whatever. But I was able to get a hold of, it's a special honey called Tupelo, that only place in the world you can get it is North Florida and South Georgia. If you don't bring me oranges from Florida, you don't even say hi to me. Here's a hint, you actually don't want Florida oranges. Fun fact, Florida oranges are used for things that have orange flavor or orange juice. Oranges like themselves, like the actual orange, Florida oranges are big yellow orange that look like someone beat the crap out of them. They're about the size of a softball. They taste delicious, but like, they are not an attractive fruit. Meanwhile, the little bright oranges you see, those come from California. Or potentially Italy if they're blood oranges. But yeah, so anything that is orange flavored or uses orange as an ingredient is going to be probably Florida oranges. Anything where the orange itself is like part of the presentation, you're probably talking California oranges. But yeah, so it was like key lime pie would have been like, if I could bring anything. Citrus equals Florida oranges. Yeah, so primarily when it comes to Florida, you'll see for our citrus fruit, you'll primarily see oranges. We also have a unique type of lime that only grows in the Keys of Florida called key lime, and that's what's used in key lime pie. It's like, if you look at like how tart limes are normally, it's sweeter without getting too sweet. Like, I wouldn't describe it as sweet, but like compared to a normal, you just went and got your dark green lime or whatever, it's sweeter than that, but still a little bit tart. And it makes for a really amazing pie. But again, I physically can't bring the produce with me. Customs will have a field day with that one. But like I said, I found Tupelo honey, which is apparently one of the rarest honeys in the world, because it only comes from a very small area of the Panhandle, Florida, and just a teeny bit into South Georgia, where there's the Tupelo tree, which is it's one of those plants that has like a very tiny ecosystem that it survives in. But it's pretty cool. It's a very different honey. When you look at most honey, just naturally the ways the bees process pollen, there's a bit of fructose sugars in it and a lot of sucrose in them. So it's like the two different sugars that you have a lot of in there. But it's primarily sucrose. But just because the nature of this pollen, it actually ends up the other way around, where it's got a lot more high fructose, which makes it more diabetic friendly and all that stuff, which is not at all relevant to why I would do it. But it does have a very different, well, I wouldn't say that different taste. It has a little bit of a different taste just because of the nature of that pollen being very different. But I was able to get it, and so that was kind of cool. So that way I can bring something I can actually bring with me that is, like, relatively unique to Florida, because the vast majority of stuff that, you know, Florida has that's, like, cuisine either doesn't ship at all, or it's Florida as in it's actually from Latin America, but we have it here. Or it's from Spain, and we have it here. Or it's from, you know, Greece, and we have it here. Like, most of our known foods are from other places in the world. But, like, you know, it's prevalent here. Yeah. I also figure I don't think TSA would approve of me grabbing like a gallon bag of shrimp and bringing that on the plane. Also, I don't think giving my friends food poisoning because, you know, I brought a gallon bag of shrimp and it went bad because I carried it onto a plane would be the move. Used to live in South Florida. Remember we used to have all kind of orange groves? Yeah, it's actually kind of a thing that the prevalence of oranges in Florida have actually been going down over the years. Our climate is changing and it is becoming less suitable for citrus. Aren't you like... Wait. Okay, that's the other couple. That's the couple that isn't in a bad situation. Bringing next level virus to EU through a bag of shrimp with weird airline germs. Yeah, so I was just trying to find something to bring. I was also looking for gator tail because that would be gator jerky. That'd also be a good one, but I wasn't able to find it short notice. I'm sure I could find it if I went and I traveled, but there's not much time. Honestly, the Tupelo honey seems like it's a cooler thing. At least to me, it seems cooler. Alright, so make the helmets. You also have to be careful about restriction of invasive species protections. Yeah, no, that's a big reason why there's so many restrictions on bringing in, like when I say it's citrus, it's bringing produce. It is very restricted about what produce you're allowed to bring when traveling. Bring a whole gator, put those headsets with ears on them. Date your puppy. Okay, so did remember what my orders were on all this. Emotional support gator. Alright, chem fuel from wood, do until we have... We'll save 500. How much does this stack? That'd be 450. That's fine. Don't be a Florida man. Yep. So it looks like we've got 160 tiles left. Sir, you declared a Chihuahua and it's 18 feet long? Yep. Look, man. The Chihuahua is very sensitive about its body dysmorphia. We don't need to be calling out the Chihuahua for this situation. It gets very upset very easily. So that'd be 72. 82. So that's 82 there. That'd leave me just shy of 80 over here. What I might do here... How do I want to set this up? We'll start with that. All right, we've got a monitor lizard hunting Thorbin. Well, there's a lot of firepower just to stab it in the end. Okay, and I'm giving myself a defensive position that comes with the building to force them into this pipeline. And then, I would set up over here with some type of defense. Insulting spree due to uncovered groin. Okay, I mean, that's probably fair. Yeah, so hopefully we'll be able to get that whole area set up in this area, and we'll see what we got left. I'll try and make a little bit of a defensive position here. Storage over there. And then we can worry about expanding this thing later. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again. Okay, and we are back. Alright, so we're trying to get the last of the ship built so we can finally take off. Are you... Yeah, alright. Thank you. This also means I just realized we've got our thing here ready, so we're going to have our ceremony for our rank. That's been a long time waiting. That's an excellent move. Yeah, Ultra was here for that, because it, oh man, what started that? Oh, right, it was, there was a clip I did for a dare drop where I needed to do a farm animal sound, and I tried to do a rooster, and it was pretty awful. And so Ultra was like, why don't you do something like this? And I was like, well, I probably should have just gone for the cow, where it's like, They don't moo, they just kind of make a throat sound. At least the ones I've been around. I understand they make a bunch of different sounds depending. But, alright, so it was you who was getting the rank. Cool. I mean, that's when they make noise, otherwise they chew their food like 6 times over. Enjoying round 3 of their cud. Got to go through all 4 stomachs or whatever it was. Alright, so we're getting our new rank with the Empire, so our people can get even more whiny about it. Alright. So, we got an honorable bestowing ceremony. We gained the title Acolyte. This title requires a bedroom that meets 16 tiles, all floored, a double door. Crap. Ah. Okay. We can move the harp into the throne room, apparently. Okay. So, we're understanding now that I need to have the barracks, and then on top of the barracks, a throne room specific, or a bedroom specific for a person there. That's got to be nice enough. Okay, so you're there. So let's try to console you so you hopefully get over that. Hermit choice ready. We could probably go with the trooper squad, which that lets me call in troopers to help. We've once again failed to tell them to get over the fact that they were cheated on. Which, I mean, actually fair. Oh, and if you didn't see, I'm making this one spot plasteel, and the reason I'm making that spot plasteel is just so I can seal the unstable power core in there to limit its ability to explode everywhere. No, let's not do it that way. I'll seal it in the wall, and if we run into a problem, we'll just unseal the wall. Yeah, so right now that's fine, but we're going to have to make a room on the ship specifically for our person's rank. How long till the refugees leave, by the way? 5 days. I can leave all that behind. We still have that to be moved. We have other furniture to be moved around. That's all fine. Now, I definitely want to also go in and potentially get the higher level anomaly stuff going on. Do we get the... Yes, the power's wired in now. That's fine. Whenever the grow light comes on, it basically breaks all the other stuff because it's drawing so much power. Okay. Yeah, so where this was going to be storage alone, I think the reality is this is going to be storage and a fancy bedroom. I also definitely make it like a captain's quarters over here. Oh, I will go ahead and put one steel door on the side there. That way, instead of running up and down this route every time, we have a way to get out the side if need be. Alright, so for your fancy freaking room, how fancy does that room need to be for now? Actually, how fancy does it need to be ever? If we go all the way up to the highest title, it'd need to be 30 tiles. Okay. And I just realized, did I read that wrong previously? The throne room needs to be 24 tiles. It'll need to be 80 tiles. That's fine. It is what it is. Alright, so we can make the throne room 3. There's a pretty good chance that they're going to have their kid... Well, we'll see. Their second trimester. We'll see. It's going to be close. I'm not going to hold off traveling just because of kids constantly, because we'll just never go anywhere then. The experience that I believe every parent can feel in their soul. I'm not a parent, but every parent being like, we just need to get over to this place and get this one thing done. But, you know, I can't leave the kids behind. They got to come with me. And how long it takes to actually make that happen. Yeah, good luck with that. Alright. Yeah, like, I've definitely been around enough parents to know that there is never, even for, like, the smallest trip, there is never anything that is not a huge ordeal. When it comes to bringing the kids with you and everything. It just be what it is. We're gonna need these to have our person not die. So that's probably something we should be concerned about. I'll take your medicine. Got 1,500. Is there any of these weapons we want? I don't think so. Alright, I'm actually really looking forward to doing more of the Odyssey stuff. We haven't done it in a long time. But I really do like the going into the bases and exploring and dealing with the traps and all that. Potentially finding, like, unique weapons and all that. It's a lot of cool stuff going on with all that nonsense that came out with Odyssey. Okay, so nutrient paste, that's fine. What was the next research it randomly gave us? Fishing! Okay, I can get behind that. Let them finish real fast. Okay, so we've got 29 more tiles, it looks like. Or sorry, 20... It'll be 26 by the time we put that one there. Alright, so we still got 26 tiles. So now it's got 18 tiles. Or no, I might still be wrong. Alright. No engine? I got engines. All the ship go is right there. Packed in nice and small. Okay. So I still got 11 tiles left. So there's 8. 9, 10, 11, just because. And then we can go here. Steel door on that one. Okay, and what were your requirements for your room again? I keep looking this up. So you need to have a bedroom that's at least 16 tiles, double bed, all floored. So let's go check you, because you should definitely have enough room here. Yeah, it's 18 tiles right there, so it'll be 20 tiles. And they're still working on the flooring and all that. So I'll go ahead and do this, do this. Bring the bed over. Bring this over. Side table and side table. Hey, Bolero, how's it going? That's fine, don't worry about that at all. Alright, so that's as big as our ship is going to get for now. So now what I want to do is start grabbing shelves and moving them in here. Okay, also I'll need to grab our lights. Okay, we got chronophagy, so we can reduce our age now. The next time we get raiders in here, we're going to start doing maybe ethical things. Yeah, we'll end up needing to do a thing where I just plunk it out here. Now, Down says I don't have any room for a prison of any proper sort. We'll get that figured out, I'm sure. Okay, and we can go and do this. They're just reinstalling, like just moving these all over, just so I don't have to sit here and do all this stuff. Okay, so we can try do this again. So console. You, I believe. It's like a 60% chance we succeed, and we have failed like 4 times back to back. And we are going to be jamming these in as snug as we can, so we are going to take the movement penalty for climbing over the shelves to get around. But the alternative is just way more reduction to our storage, so a little movement speed penalty, you know, builds character, I guess. I don't know. Major break risk on you. Yep. And we got fishing, so next we'll get the xenogenetics. And we're not gonna be able to use that because of space for a while. But with the fact that we're getting like all sorts of different xenotypes, That'll be pretty good once we do get the space, because I'll be able to set aside, like, a biotech lab and be able to take all our baseliners and start genetically altering them to be, you know, borderline unkillable and all that kind of stuff over time. It'll take a while. But that's okay, we'll get there. We've almost got our shelves moved over. It is one unfortunate thing that I will not be able to bring the cryopods with me. Okay, and that's our storage room. And I do have a bit of granite, so let's go here and go to security. Not really the best position for that, but we'll work with that for right now. That's fine. Alright, maybe we mess with that later. Oh, I see a problem. We need to reinstall you to the other wall, because I added this in here. And I do see that we got that built, so let's slam that closed, so that's nice and secure in the wall, so no one can tantrum explode half the ship. As soon as we get the floor there, that'll be your personal room that only you get. The fancy room. Oh, you got Word Joy as your last ability. That's fun. Okay, so your throne room needs 2 columns. Hey, Altheus, how's it going? And I guess I probably should put a light out here as well. And the reason for putting a light here is if we're dealing with, like, anomaly, like nocturnal event, that kind of thing, having a light here means I can stand here and be all that good stuff. Good playing some Space Haven while you watch? Nice. I hope you're having a good time with that. Alright. So I'll need to get this throne room done. And once that's done, we should be good from there. I'm a little tempted to make this one tile more up this way so it angles down that way as well, so that they'll walk around and then they can be shot at from all the angle. The downside is that gives them cover as well, which is a little bit of a problem, but not the end of the world. Oh, we should also put a door there. Let's run a power wire through here. And there. And there. The reason I'm running the power wires through those locations is just when we go to land at different places, where I orient my ship, I might have to be, you know, to tag into a geothermal, I might have to, like, rotate the ship different ways, and it gives me a way to kind of just slap down a geothermal right there, plug it in, whichever angle I need. Alright, at this point, these cryopods aren't going to be able to do anything for me. I can't bring them with me. I can only disassemble them, so they're getting ripped apart. I don't care about getting the stone block back. I don't care about any of the stuff up here. I don't care about any of that stuff. There's a bunch of goodies in here. So I am going to go here and say this storage spot is gone. You know, go over here and go orders. I'm telling you to disassemble all those. Alright, so we are being attacked immediately. And their pods have gone haywire. We do have a visitor on their way as well. Let's grab everyone. And for right now, just bring them into kind of this courtyard here. You all go the other way around. That's not exactly what I had in mind, but okay. So what are you packing? Melee Molotovs and like one person with a gun all the way on the other side of the map. Alright, that should actually work out relatively okay. So let's go run over here. Oh, you are zipping along here. Okay, so you three get on that molly. Move closer to hopefully not friendly fire. That's fine, we'll deal with you in a second. You two just go for cover, question mark? Put out the fire here really quick. Accidentally friendly fire the thrombo immediately. Okay. So originally I saw only the one. Okay, move the others up. All right, are you anything we care about? Nervous. What was nervous again? Ah. Optimist. I can live with optimist. Could you go rescue your friend? Can you go rescue that person? Okay, what about you? Eh. Sorry, man. So go rescue who you can. That's fine. so you're not too badly hurt. Yeah, it's Cupcake who got messed up the most. Could you maybe... Okay, so you're dealing with that one. You can tend to this one. What about you? You're tending them alright. Cool. Yeah, so I misread that one because when I checked, it looked like there's only a couple. Well, that's not super helpful. Rescue them. Rescue them. Get them sorted. That's fine. Okay, that's good enough. Just need to make sure you didn't bleed out on your way off the tile. I'm assuming all the other ones got off the tile already? Okay, so you gotta wait to heal. You gotta wait to heal. And you're leaving the tile now. That's fine. Disease infection on you. That's honestly pretty fair. Cargo pods. Which a bunch of slice caps. Okay. Meanwhile, I need to go to you. You're going to keep your stuff at 50% now. Alright, we got the hopeless survivors out of there. We're right about to finish the fancy room for our person who's getting the night rank. Then we can rank them up again. Disease infection on Cupcake. Which again, fair. Okay, so that's gonna be our first version of our ship. A bit of a mess. We do need them to finish hauling all of our food and stuff onto the ship. Right now it's just all over the floor there. And we don't have anyone to convert. We don't have any prisoners right now. We'll have the corn coming in. But hey, Ledressy, how's it going? So yeah, we definitely want to get the components in here. We definitely want to get, you know, some of the other materials in here. The stone blocks ought to be a lot more limited on, so let's scooch you way over here. Grab you. Blinkle you, storage. So no stone blocks. One thing we'll definitely want to do is end up putting like a bit of wood in here and all that for stuff. I'm not super worried about that. For right now, we can let it just kind of fill that up. Okay, so your bedroom should be good to go now. So I can grab you. Title requires a room. Set to owner. You. Close. Alright. So you've got your room there. We're all good here. And it looks like we're actually good for our next ceremony. So we're just going to go ahead and do it again. Now it's going to get dangerous because the demands are going to get higher and higher and higher until we cannot meet them anymore. They become more and more of a pain in the butt. And once that's done, we'll probably start making the floor nice in here too. Here we got an honorable ceremony. Love to see it. We got our permit point. Good stuff. Undignified bedroom. Room area is slightly too small. Okay. Well, this will be an interesting one that I can do here. Which then go to structure. Remove foundation. I don't actually need the floor there. I can deal with it. It's also not a big deal to fix it. Solar flare, that's fine. Is yeah, then what I can do is I can put down the flooring here, rip up these walls here. I'll reinstall you along. This thing, I'll have to put down more floor. But that's okay. What sidecast did you get? That is an excellent question that I should be paying attention to. So... Vertigo Pulse. Vertigo Pulse is a pretty nice one. You can, if you drop that on a group of enemies, they spend like half their time throwing up while you shoot at them. Okay. Cool. That's that all sorted. Permit choice ready. Call transport shuttle. Being call an air drone drop. We'll accept that permit. Yeah, so I'm just trying to wait till we can get that bedroom a little bit better. But mood should be improving as time goes on. Another thing that'll happen is when we go to the next location, our wealth will drop tremendously because all of this won't be with us anymore. I'll need you to haul all that over. I at least need them to haul a bunch of steel and components in here. It doesn't need to be a ton, but just get some of that in here, because there should be tons and tons of components laying around here somewhere. Go bring those to me. Go bring these to me. Go bring the jade to me. Okay. That's fine, they'll get there. Medium psychic drone. Okay. Yeah, so we're not going to get much more in the way of the bricks here, I think. Okay, so let's grab you, put you down here, go here, grab all these, and we're going to get a little upset for a minute here where it's no longer... I mean, it'd still be an undignified bedroom. But we'll get there. Okay. Okay, so you are still getting sandstone. That's fine. I guess actually I don't mind these having block. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, so leave that to allow block for a while. The other thing is let's get rid of this zone entirely. Okay, because what we're trying to do right now is just get that room to be basically acceptable. Major break risk on you because of the moderate psychic drone being awful. Alright, you are in labor. Okay, when you're done, haul that spear out of there. Just so we don't leave it. I think they fixed it where a lot of times when they went to labor, they would get back up and cancel childbirth if you had them like no longer unable to walk in the middle of that whole thing, which you just reset it, but it's okay. Cool. So we got a healthy baby, so we're gonna name the baby. So our brand new healthy baby to the colony is gonna be Harry Paulzak. Creates the awkward thing where I guess we're going to need to grab the second crib and shove it in there. Okay, so I just need to give them a chance to cook. They got to get to the point where they're not overrun trying to build these floors, so they can start disassembling things. Your children are unhappy. Look, we'll get there, man. The set owner, you, and you. So that our couple actually goes into one of the big beds, so we use them more efficiently. I wasn't going to bring the butcher spot, because usually it's not a big deal. But I guess I don't really have a reason not to bring it. Like, later on I'll probably dump it for something else, but that'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be one of the key things. Alright, for yours, I assume it mentions that the throne room can't have ideology stuff in it, right? It's pretty sure that was a thing. Royal Tribute Collector, don't care. No anomaly, biotech. Oh! Oh, no altars allowed. So it's not no ideology, but no altars, which is the big one. Jin very last Lardine? Probably. There we go. Alright, so with that we can go up here. You can combine dining, rec, and throne rooms. You just can't do the altars there. Yep. But yeah, we'll expand all this in no time. The big thing I'm waiting on that for them is to start hauling stuff out of here. So, interestingly enough, I think it's time that we de-home zoned all of this. Don't bother cleaning it up anymore. There's nothing we need in there. What I need is you start hauling this junk to where it's actually needed. Please haul those components. All right. He does want to get a bunch of the food and crap in here. And wood and whatever. We just need people hauling. Alright. So we will not allow sewing in that one. I guess what we'll do here is deliberately open the doors and let the muffalo out. Deconstruct that. Because we're getting ready to leave, so we want to just get all that sorted. Well, no, we're letting them out. We're letting them free. Poor Muffalo would be leaving them locked in and just going away and having them trapped in there. Or, you know, taking off while they're still here so they get murdered by gravity distortions. Genuinely, I don't normally worry about it. But I'm trying to get it so that, it stops being a whole big hassle. Don't bring him back here. I deliberately opened all those doors. But you can bring him with you? No. There is no way I'm going to be able to feed the Muffalo with me. Like, the Thrumbo's already going to be a little bit of a struggle, but it's a struggle worth struggling with. Okay, zone. Dreadful blueprint. No, it's okay. Okay, you're getting pretty close to becoming a toddler as well. Oh, I do need you to exist. Yeah, we're not gonna fully clean this up. I'm not gonna bother like tearing this part. We will spit out the bioferrite. Just waiting for them to start carrying this junk over. With everything taken off the home zone there, I was expecting them to have way more they could throw at this so far as to be able to haul stuff away. Let's lock that door open, this door open, this door open, this door open. Actually, that one probably needs to be closed. This door open. Basically locking the doors open so they can run around in here without stopping nearly as much. Just the bedroom doors themselves. Don't worry about planting this again. Blind healer. Oh boy. You're gonna be our newest friend. I hope you're planning on living here forever. Because if your plans were anything else, then you're gonna be pretty unhappy with how it turns out. Alright, go get your spear. So talk to Ivan. It's not the same one. Alright, so we're gonna allow the blind healer to join us. For right now, we're gonna have you drop your knife and drop your packaged meals. Because we are far enough in, those could be tainted with the mech horrors and whatever. Okay, do we have anyone with major injuries that need to be treated? I mean, other than you. Alright, well. Let's start healing some scars. Maybe getting some tentacles. And you got that better. Alright, so let's get the schedule figured out here. So you go here. Work. You are not going to cook for right now. Ah, good. Good. A dedicated construction person who actually has a passion for it. Could you imagine? Ivan's the best. Ivan's staying here forever. So let's go ahead and draw a name for Ivan. And that's going to be Captain Brody. Now, there are things that can go wrong. They can have, like, the organ rot thing. So there is a risk we might still not get to keep this person. This person, their job is to stay back. We keep them out of the fight. Okay. So again, the last of the shelves taken apart. I'll have you haul those. And we're just trying to bring as much as we can right now. Yep, so we're actually finally emptying mushrooms into the storage here. We're getting all that said and done. You're refining that. Go ahead and grab those instead. Go ahead and grab those instead. Go ahead and grab that instead. We'll want to bring the grenades with us. Want to bring the smoke launcher with us. We'll go ahead and bring the triple rocket launcher with us. Oh, we definitely want to bring the perioxylin or whatever. I don't have a minigun. I mean, I am gonna arm them, but they're not gonna be able to do a whole lot with that for a while. Oh, I also just realized. Hey, little Babu. Everyone else takes care of you as urgent. Except Mom. Because the whole thing is where it makes the mother start starving as they feed them is just such a problem. Yes, I still got more components. We'll bring those. Right, you can't grab that. You halt the bolt action. You haul the bolt action. You haul the machine gun. Shuttle engine? Yeah, no, I'm debating that. It'd probably be a while till I can do anything with the shuttle. But I do think it's good to grab it. Meanwhile, actually... I know people are memeing about it, but I might as well... Well, actually, we don't know what your deal is yet. Do I want you to have a gun yet? Let's wait till we know what their deal is. Most likely I will give them the gun once we know that we're in the clear, that they're not just going to, like, turn against me or whatever. Yeah, so I just want them to load up, you know, the decent amount of food or whatever. Yeah, no, he's gonna miss most of his shots. But it's definitely one of those ones like, okay, we can give them nothing to work with, or something. You know, maybe we consider all the options there. We've got the simple helmets, which everyone's putting on. We got the penioxylin. Yeah, we can't make Sci-T on that bench. We don't have any new stuff we can make here. Yeah, the clothing's all going fine. Well, actually, for that matter, with the clothing, we can take the bowler hat off, since we have helmets now. We've got all the food stuff set up here, where we make simple meals out of whatever. If it's meat, we just do that. Are we not taking the silver? We're going to. Right now, I'm just grabbing everything we can. But yeah, no, I should grab the silver here. Because definitely want them to grab all that. We need to bring the Psi-T. Grab the Bioferrite. Check the kitchen. The last 2 jobs aren't set right. No, that's fine. This is to make the vegetarian fine meals. And I do have them as a lower priority than the Psi-T. That probably should switch. But these should all be fine. That's if I have a significant surplus on vegetables, just make a fancier meal. It shouldn't happen very often. Grab the plasteel. Grab the shards. That's bio-coated. That can just go die in a fire. Grab the more plasteel. Grab the more plasteel. We're getting pretty close to getting the room sorted out. All right. And where are you going? Oh, you're hauling... Oh, you're taking a rat back to butcher it? What's going on here? Bloodthirsty craft. We have the, Oh, that's if I want to force one of them so he can make a sanguiphage. I'm not going to do the sanguiphage yet. We'll do that eventually. I'll probably bring on the bloodletting ideology. And then we can figure that out then. Kind of don't want to jump on that yet, because that's one of those ones, once we start getting that, we're kind of just on board with it. Yeah, I don't need this to be full. I don't want it to be full. And actually, let's, storage, let's unlink, link, storage, clear, raw food and food. Raw food and food. So that'll be good there. You'll need to go storage and bump it up to important. Cobra is hunting Rongor. Nicely done. Oh, there's another pile of 20 components out here. Yeah, components were in great shape. We got like 80-something components just sitting in there. Okay, and with that, you'll no longer have the undignified room. And then with that, that room will be done, so you'll also be able to help with the hauling. Yeah, because most of this in here I don't care about anymore. There's some of it that could be useful. There's some bioferrite in there. We've already got some bolt action, so I'm not going to sweat if we leave those behind. That's not a significant amount of those materials. A big thing is they need to just bring the mushrooms onto the ship, so at least have some mushrooms in storage. Because once we get some food in storage, we'll be good to go. Because otherwise I get there and I have to immediately stop and start growing stuff again. Which is liable to happen over time anyways. And how are their moods so far as their barracks and all that? Let's see. Somewhat impressive dining and rec room. Slightly impressive barracks. You know, honestly, that's not unreasonable. I'm gonna turn that down. I'm not ready for Sangophage yet. Okay. And the other thing I'll probably do is when we go to leave, I'm going to tune the monolith up to its 2nd level. And we won't worry about it till like we get to another place we're going to hang out for a while. But I'll tune to the 2nd level, so just in the future it's already attuned and I don't have to worry about it. You know what? That is good enough of time to get the hell out of here. Alright, it's time to go. That wasn't a... yeah, you're gonna prepare? It's not even because, like, we were retreating. I just don't have a reason to want to fight this at all. Alright. Everyone's on board? Oh, we do not go far. Okay, that wasn't fully part of my plan. Alright, so we definitely need to upgrade our engine situation. So do we stop at the complex? The complex is probably hot garbage. So we're going to jump over here, and we're going to try and work our way up to that one. But apparently 2 little engines ain't going to cut it. And we outie. Okay, do we have any obvious ancient dangers or anything exciting? That's not an ancient danger, that's a ruin. Yep, so no obvious ancient dangers I'm seeing. I do see a geothermal vent right over there. Let's move our shuttle over, or move our craft over here a bit. We'll need to make a little bit of an adjustment here while we're chilling, because I am going to need more engines. So let's go ahead, and the first thing we're going to do is go boom, geothermal. And power wire, plug it in. And we're going to tell you to start growing random crap out here. I don't imagine we're going to be here long enough for some of this. Okay, so we've got all that happening here. We can check to see what other goodies we've got here. So we've got ore. There's silver ore there. So do we have uranium? Not that we care about. Gold would be gold ore, so we won't worry about that. We've got compact machinery. This kind of might as well be on the moon. Yeah, it should be plenty of that. I'll check for jade. Nope. All right. So if I wanted to... Oh, strange signal. That's auto doors next. All right. So if I wanted to add more engines, what'd be the least cursed way for me to do this? So it's probably go over here to this little weird entrance thing I made there. Rip those up. We can take that apart too to still have it have a neat design. Definitely want to be the kids. Oh, do we have dangerous? So we got... There's actually a couple dangerous animals. I should not have the kid running out there to the far end of anything. And definitely do not study this one. That thing is the edge of the map and might as well be on the moon. Whoever goes to sight here is very easily going to get caught by something and probably killed. Alright, so we attuned that. Great, Paul. Cool, cool. Attuning the monolith has caused it to twist and grow once more. As it did, Rongor caught a glimpse of what lurks beyond. She understood. The monolith is a doorway, opened wider by your actions. On the other side, Rongor senses an inhuman intelligence, vast complexity, and endless rage. The dark machine god is stirring, and its physical influence will grow. New entities are now discoverable. Okay. Look at you on board the ship doing your thing. That shirt has to have a stat buff? Yeah, no, it's a fun shirt. My wife got it for me. It's actually for Ahsoka Tano from Star Wars. It's a reference to that. Let's go zone. Do not build the roof here. That's fine. Harbinger tree sprout. I got all that. I'll go here, structure, sandstone. To get the power all going here. And of course they're planting the not food first. As is tradition. You can plant literally anything. And meanwhile, I hate to break it to you, Muffalo, but I don't have food for you here, and you are made out of meat. So it's a little embarrassing, that one there. Site stealer revealed. All right, let's get people into positions. Oh, if I look at, so near home, Yeah, near home will keep them inside the ship. So schedule everyone to near home. Alright. So that's pretty inconvenient, unfortunately. Because what that does mean is I can't really afford to run around out there. I also don't really have enough food to not run around out there. So that's kind of a bummer. On the plus side, if we get everyone cooking... Who is our cook nowadays? You. Let's get everyone cooking so that we have the food coming in here. Oh, hey, Thrumbo, if you could just, like... Oh, that was a waste. If you could just chill nearby, I do need you to be bait for me. To let me know when we have a problem. Yeah, so you're going to age up any time now. Now, the intent had been to land, to get ourselves some food, all that kind of stuff. The Sight Stealers do kind of screw us on that one. Because if I run around outside too much while Sight Stealers are about, someone can get caught out by the whole group of them, and then we have a problem. Yeah, because what we'll do is we'll add the other two engines right here, if I can fit them, so we could go farther distances per jump. Yeah, no, the pawn wandering out there would get mauled. So unfortunately, we do have a lot of we're not having a lot done. We did manage to get some food planted. Still. Oh, come on. If you also listen, you can hear them even when you can't see them. They're here. They're outside. The Royal Tribute Collector is going to take care of this. We have another wave of them. There should be more than just the couple there. Mad Raccoon. Pit gate opening. Okay. I'm already waiting on the Sight Stealers, and you're opening a pit gate too. This tile is cursed. We didn't get enough time to, like, land and put up our little area for power either. So let's go spit out a bunch of enemies. Man, with this setup, trying to do the pit gate's gonna be a mess. And you're gonna do what now? Why are you being a jerk? You might have this. Okay. Nicely done again, team. So the hope here is that we can get them to do the last wave of the Sight Stealers really fast. Then I'll be fresh and in good shape to try and go down to the pit gate. I'm a little concerned about going down the pit gate with a group that is very heavily leaning long range. In fact, you're gonna trade in that for the machine gun. Your sniper rifle ain't gonna do crap down at a pit gate. Okay, unnatural healing is up. I believe you had another injury. Yep. And you're all better. Come on, last wave. Yeah, we had the howling. We definitely don't want to leave that unattended too long. It will start spitting out more enemies. Oh, come on. Yeah, they're gonna leave soon. But everything kicked off before they did. Because we're also lucky one or two of them might go down. Most of the time they're gonna lose their equipment. Alright, I mean, I was about to say, it's like, that should be more than that. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good that that's probably the last of them. So let's go ahead and go to schedule, unrestricted, except for Ongor. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, that's okay. We're just gathering for the wedding real fast. Where? Cult to hate chant. Calm down, RimWorld. You've got 3 overlapping anomaly events. Calm down. Okay, actually, this might work out for me. Try and just make sure I stay out of the way of the Empire's people. I'm gonna back off for no discernible reason, don't worry about it. I feel like this is one you can deal with. Because I'm mostly concerned if I turn in there, I'm just gonna friendly fire them into the dirt. Okay. So we need to give our people a chance to eat and rest, then we gotta hit the pit gate. Because if I don't get stuff planted and going, we're just gonna run out of food. Where are you going right now? Butchering. What are you gonna go butcher? Alright. When everyone wakes up in the morning, we're gonna take these ones all down there. Like, Rongor here, part of me wants to take them for the extra firepower because we really don't have a lot of firepower to throw around. At the same time, pit gates specifically can get nasty for stuff dropping in behind you when you trigger the boss. So there's a lot of concern there. So Captain Brody can work on that. All right, people are up. Enter the pit gate. Okay. So you're all going. We're not going to worry about bringing meals down with us. Just need to get down there before things escalate. Okay, that's actually a pretty good area. So what we're going to do is we're going to run down here. If we get close to an area that does have the boss at it, we'll get in a warning being like, you feel something shaking through the wall, or whatever. You can run along these walls. And so you get the prompt anywhere down here. Nope. In that case, let's back up here, start blasting some of this goop out. Oh, we got more we can run through real easy. Yes, let's get back up here and start clearing this big goop area out. Okay. And what did you reveal? Harbinger Sea. I'm not super worried about that. Okay. It's about to be fight time. Okay. Just checking along here real fast. Meanwhile, I'll have you pick up that anyways. Okay. You get a bunch of these nerve things that have loot hidden in them. Archotech Eye. Go ahead and grab that for in the future. Desiccated corpse with some food and a Hellcat rifle on it. So pick up the Hellcat. Honestly, I'm not worried about the rest of that. Alright, so let's run along here. See if we get that prompt. Also, you got hit. How bad? Okay, squirming sounds. That means our threat is over there somewhere. So what we're going to try to do here... We're going to try to reveal it. More loot right there. Bionic leg. Let's pick that up and get out of here. So the rope is right there. So exit the cave, everyone out. Items. Go ahead and grab those. Everything else is tainted, so don't worry about it. So it's our first foray in here, and we know the boss is over here somewhere. So go out of here, get ourselves some food, do all that kind of stuff. Once that's all situated, we can go ahead and do another round. Okay, so let's get you patched up. But an Archotech eye and a bionic leg is a pretty good find down there. What? Oh, eat something really fast. Do what you can there. Okay, we did get more baby food made. Cool, cool. Once the baby's fed, we're gonna go back under. And for Anomaly, I believe the pit gate has killed more of my colonists than any other Anomaly mechanic, period. And it's always on that last home stretch, you engage the boss, and then, you know, all hell breaks loose kind of deal. Do I bring the Thrombo? The Thrombo will not retreat well. I think we do. There is a chance the Thrombo will not retreat. And that things will get messy because of it. Why did you not come along? Get down in the hole. I need you down here right away. Alright. So everyone's gonna go down over here. Package survival meals, advanced lights. I'll probably accept it. We'll worry about that in a minute. Alright, so. You all hold up here. You all get behind it, because we still don't know exactly where the boss is. Yeah, that's the whole thing. They just don't have a good place to be able to back off really fast when we kick this off. Because the moment it's like, you released it, I need to back off. So 3 position down here. It's starting to seem like it might be that area. Why are you slow? It's fine. Okay, so we have their attention. I don't need to actually defeat this thing, I just... Did you already down it? Oh no, we just vertigoed it. Okay, Vertigo Pulse works really well on that thing. Alright, let's back off. Create a new defensive line back here. Okay, you took a hit. How bad? Not bad. Come on. Hey, Grumbo. Buddy. I will leave you behind if I have to. Okay, that actually didn't go super terrible. Alright, so we can go orders. Allow. Everyone's getting out, so exit to the surface. All of you are leaving. Okay, We'll grab the shard, and I don't care about the rest. Where are you going? Where are those meals that you found? No. No. Go home. There's less death food outside. Yeah, no, the problem is it's collapsing now. And I don't wanna mess down there. We aren't well set up to run around down in there. There is good loot down there. We actually got a pretty decent amount of loot already, and I'm just taking my prize and leaving. Because remember, we don't have armor, we don't have all that. We got a bunch of bionic stuff and all that already. Go ahead and take those bolt actions. We did get the Hellcat, which is pretty exciting. Yeah, because once I've killed the main thing, the whole thing's gonna come down. And it can very quickly get out of hand. Like I said, I don't tend to mess with that one hardly at all anymore, because I have lost many a colonist down there. Plus, every one of my people got pretty cut up. I feel like the pit gate's one that you can just very, very easily underestimate. Alright. So now I can let them actually get back to dealing with whatever. Because we landed here with the intention of getting some stuff done. And also waiting to see, because you'll notice it's starting to open. Yeah, so we had an infestation in there. No loot that I'm seeing yet. There was one loot node there. Another loot node way down there. The third one way over here. So there were 3 loot nodes that we missed. But they're basically as far from each other as they can be. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. But still, all it takes is one person getting down there, and you have to go and run to rescue them. And then, yeah. You have so many injuries that are getting patched up. Alright. The pit gate's gone. We also need to really get the food going, because in case you haven't noticed, we've run out of food. And that's just because we land on the tile, we got immediately hit with the sight stealers, followed by a hate raid, followed by the pit gate. Well, I mean, no, this pit gate technically happened before the hate raid, if I remember correctly. And so it's like, game, why? We just showed up and it just immediately escalated to 11. That's the exact right amount. I can fit 2 more engines there. Go get that berry bush so you have some food. Man, that Thrombo is still being bandaged. Poor thing got absolutely thrashed. I wonder if you can use unnatural healing on the Thrombo. Oh yeah, we can go to you and fix your hair. Fix a bunch of your problems. Yep, you can. That's good. Because that means whenever I have cooldowns, we're just going to need to work on that. Okay, so you're hitting that one. Just trying to grab some quick berries here and there. You're still getting bandaged up. All right. Yeah, and I don't think the Thrombo will be able to experience mutations. I could be wrong, I've not done it before. Try to get these corpses away so we don't get corpse sickness. Okay. We're just opening that up so I can put more engines so we can get a bit more distance per jump. All right. So I'm doing a little bit of trading back and forth between harvesting stuff and planting crops. The good news is that first bit of rice is going to be up soon. Yeah, so we need to get our supplies going. That's waiting on components. I got a ton. But with that said, though, Chad, I've already gone over as late as I probably should have tonight because I got to wake up early in the morning. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find a way back here in the future. I've very much been enjoying getting back into some RimWorld, doing the Odyssey thing. We got the achievement stuff slowly happen. Like, right now it's mostly just a normal, like, not the Odyssey event where we get chased, but like the Odyssey run, like we're doing Odyssey things. But we'll be leaning more and more into doing more and more of the achievement stuff as we go along the way. Now, with all that said, if you are watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending for all of you, but thank you so much for tuning in. For everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on tonight.